from Target Field, the start of a 6-game homestand, and the first of 3 between the Twins and the Mariners. Beyond that, a very special day. It's the first time Twins fans have been able to pay tribute to the man who was the face of this franchise going back to 1961. The number 3 prominently featured here at Target Field. Fans, kids, adults alike, all showing up here at Target Field in honor of Harmon Killebrew, who passed away last Tuesday. And we're here at Target Field, and we'd like to, in our own way, continue to remember Harmon, a very special man in this franchise.
Always will. I have a little number 3 right there that my wife Gail gave me that her father wore until 1984, until he passed away. And I will wear it with a lot of pride, number 3.
Well, coincidentally or not, the Twins hitting home runs like they did back in the early 60s when they were the most home run prolific team in the American League.
Well, I tell you, up until 4 days ago, the Twins had a total of 18 home runs. Well, over the last 4 ball games, they've hit 9. Now they're 1-3 over those 4 games, but it's good to see some guys swinging a bat. Delman Young, his first home run yesterday. Danny Valencia getting some home runs, and Michael Kadire getting a home run, and even Justin Morneau got into the act. So good to see the guys hitting a long ball. We just need to get some guys on base when they hit those long balls.
You know, there were a handful of players over the years that were considered to be the next Harmon Killebrew, and we never really had anybody who could hit the ball as far as Harmon until last year when the Twins signed Jim Thome back in the lineup tonight.
Well, not only is Jim Thome back, his personality is back in the clubhouse. And you know, we all remember Harmon. He was a great leader on and off the field. And you can say the same about this guy right here. Jim Thome, 591 home runs. But he, like Harmon, a class act.
Well, the Twins hope to start winning some ball games, winning some series here at home. They have not won a 3-game series yet this year. And when we come back, we'll flash back to the glory years of this franchise at Metropolitan Stadium. On Fox Sports North is brought to you by your local Northland Ford dealers. Visit your local Northland Ford dealer or go to northlandford.com. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards.
Welcome back to Twins Baseball on Fox Sports North. I'm Robbie Smikowski at the Mall of America, where Metropolitan Stadium's home plate lives on. This is an amusement park where Minnesotans have plenty of fun. It's also a spot where Harmon Killebrew provided plenty of smiles for Twins fans. It was June 3rd, 1967, when Harmon Killebrew hit the longest home run ever hit at Met Stadium. It was a shot that landed in the second deck. That blast was commemorated with a plaque in the bleachers. That bleacher later became a chair. And that chair can still be seen here at the Mall of America. In that 67 season, Killebrew hit 44 home runs with 113 runs batted in. And the Twins went 91 and 71. When we return, all of Twins territory honors number 3. Next from Target Field.
Gave them so many thrills over the course of his playing career and continued to be the face of the franchise long after he stopped playing for the Twins in 1974. Last Tuesday, Harmon Killebrew passed away. His funeral in Phoenix on Friday, attended by everybody with the Twins, the traveling party that was in Arizona for interleague play. And some additions to the ballpark, including Harmon's classic autograph in right center field. It was something he took great pride in, and he insisted, Bert, that players coming up through the Twin system worked on their autograph, not that any of them could have an autograph as beautiful as his.
Yeah, great penmanship, but Harmon will be remembered for his kindness, the way that he treated others, the way that he wanted to be treated by others. And Harmon will be missed, but his legend will last forever. And what an impression right there, these players right here. Listen, watch. If I was a player down in that dugout wearing a Twins uniform right now, I would listen to what Michael Kadire has to say right now on the Jumbotron here at Target Field. And he gave so much back, Harmon Killebrew.
Showing highlights of his career and some testimonials that have been given. There have been many from all around baseball and the Twins region in general. And Jim Thome, unable to be at the funeral on Friday, he had a very close personal relationship with Harmon. And of all the Twins that have put on a Twins uniform since Harmon last played in '74, Thome probably the closest to what Harmon meant in terms of how far he could hit a baseball and what a great ambassador he's been for the game.
And that's what you want to leave. You want to leave an impression. Boy, did he leave an impression with the Twins fans in a 5-state area. And you don't have to be a Twins fan to know what Harmon Killebrew meant and what he means.
Well, it's interesting here. This Twins team in rapt attention in the dugout, looking at the Jumbotron tribute to Harmon that the Twins have prepared. And one more standing ovation in Minnesota for Harmon Killebrew. Let's go to Jim Cunningham.
Here at Target Field. From the bronze statue on Target Plaza to the gate in center field that bears his number, and of course his retired number 3 on the facing in left field. The team and organization are keeping Harmon in the forefront of our minds through numerous silent tributes for the remainder of the 2011 season. Harmon's impeccable signature, a signature a great many of you have on baseballs, programs, and other memorabilia, has been placed on the right field wall to remind us of his class and elegance. And when we fly the flags in right field, we'll fly Harmon's number 3 along with the Twins territory flag, a symbol of his everlasting meaning and his impact on our great fans. The 2011 Twins will wear the throwback 1961 jerseys at every home game for the remainder of the season, and Harmon's number 3 will be worn on the right sleeve of every Twins uniform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2011 Minnesota Twins, led by manager Ron Gardenhire.
We come out here today to honor Harmon and his memory of all the things he taught us. We were blessed to have him in spring training. He touched a lot of lives here. I think you see the number here etched in the ground. The most important part is his memories etched in our hearts and our minds. And all the things that he taught us, how humble he was, but yet he had time from a clubhouse kid to the number 1 star on your baseball team. That was Harmon Killebrew. So we thank you for coming out here and honoring Harmon. He's a friend, and yet he was one of the greatest Twins ever. God bless you, Harmon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you now to please rise and remove your caps. In honor of all military service members, past, present, and future in Twins territory, the Twins are proud to invite a soldier or veteran to raise the Stars and Stripes during the national anthem at every Twins home game. Tonight's honorary flag raiser is Major Troy Parrish from Glenwood. Troy was commissioned as an officer in the United States Army in 1998 after graduating from North Dakota State University and completing the ROTC program. Over the past 13 years, Major Parrish has served 4 tours in Iraq for a total of 39 months, as well as being stationed in Georgia, Hawaii, Texas, Kansas, and Colorado, where he is currently serving as the operations officer for the 1st of the 8th Infantry Battalion at Fort Carson. Thank you, Major Parrish, for serving our country. Performing the national anthem this evening is the trumpet ensemble from the International Trumpet Guild Conference conducted by Del Lyron of Bemidji State University. But prior to the first note, please join us in a moment of silence to honor the man who has meant so much to this team, to this sport, and to this entire community.
I grew up in this small town in Idaho. My father used to like to go to the movies, and I'll never forget that a lot of times on warm summer evenings like this, my father would take my brother Bob and I to the movies. And then after the movie was over, he would race us home. He'd always win. He was a man that took a great deal of pride in his children. I'll never forget, we used to play a lot of ball out in the front yard. My mother would say, you're tearing up the grass and digging holes in the front yard. And my father would say, we're not racing grass here, we're racing boys.
How club signed you to a bonus?
Well, I signed in 1954, Gene, and in fact, I played my first Major League Ball game right here in Connie Mack Stadium in Philadelphia.
By the way, how successful were you in that ball game?
Well, in my first game, I got 3 for 4.
You remember, what is the toughest play for you to make at third base? This is a bit of a switch for a guy that's hitting home runs.
Well, of course, I think the toughest play for any third baseman is when you're playing back and a fellow tops a ball, or what we call a swinging bunt. If you're playing back and he tops the ball, it's hard to come in quick and get the man at first base.
As I mentioned, Harmon, everybody seems to remember the home run you hit into the upper deck left field. Tell us about it.
Well, of course, I'll always remember that, too. Kind of a funny thing. I didn't feel the ball was hit any better than some of the rest of them, but and it was a knuckleball, actually, off Lou Burdett. That was a day game here, and why it went up in the upper deck, I'll never know. But actually, the ball I hit the next day, a slider off Jack Sanford, I really thought I hit better.
You've hit a million of them here.
Well, not a million, but I've had a lot of fond memories playing in Metropolitan Stadium.
Well, Harmon, I don't know whether you're dry enough to talk. I'm not even sure if our microphone is short-circuited or not.
Is good for your hair, Ray?
If it is, you and I are going to have a new crop.
All right.
Harmon, gee whiz, the years you spent in baseball, I know it's been a long wait for you. Would you put your thoughts into words right now?
Ray, I'm so happy, Ray.
Hey, fellas, the microphone won't work. If we do it.
Ray, I'll go there. God happy.
Tell them to wait. They can soak us later.
All right. I can't put into words how I feel right now because, like you say, we've all been waiting for this for a long time, and it's just a great thrill, Ray.
Harmon, my congratulations to you. And we're going to be back here in the dressing room in just 1 minute. We're going to Frank Butel right now.
Right.
Obviously, what was your biggest thrill in baseball as a player?
Well, I suppose it's everybody's dream, Dave, to play in the World Series. I know it was mine, and we realized that dream in 1965.
Played the Dodgers?
Played against the Dodgers, Koufax, Drysdale, that group, and we lost in 7 games.
What kind of series did you have?
Not too bad. Got lucky a couple of times, got a few hits.
Yeah.
When our ball club moved to Minnesota, frankly, I was not too happy about it. I knew it was going to be a little challenge to play in colder weather, but I've said so many times over the years that the weather was still cold a lot of times when we played ball, but the fans in Minnesota had the warmest hearts of any fans in the whole world.
Well, a nice tribute for Harmon, and his jersey will remain in the Twins clubhouse and during games in the Twins dugout.
That's the big thing right there. Forever in our hearts, and that's where Harmon Killebrew is remembered by all baseball fans.
The statue, by the way, the artist, Mr. Mack, who made that statue, used a photograph, one in particular that he used, of Harmon's home run hit during the All-Star game in 1965 at Metropolitan Stadium, one of Harmon's favorite photographs, and a great likeness facially and otherwise, the great powerful swing of Harmon Killebrew. 573 home runs, passed away Tuesday at his home, and the funeral service again on Friday. There will be a memorial service here Thursday night. It's an off day for the Twins, and we invite anyone who has any memory of Harmon or any appreciation for the impact that he has had in this organization through its 51 years to come on Thursday night at 7 o'clock. It's free. There's no charge. I was told that concession stands will be open for those of you who want to come and have a hot dog. And
that's free too?
I don't know about that.
Oh, shoot.
And want to pay tribute to the man that put this franchise on the map in 1961. We'll have TV coverage of the event Thursday night. But I'm thinking in particular, Bert, of some people who might be in the outstate, but they haven't had a chance to get to this ballpark yet because of the sellouts that the Twins have been fortunate to have. Might be a great opportunity to come in to this ballpark, see it on what I think is going to be a very special night.
Yes, it will be.
Well, Carl Pavano hoping that this is for him a special night. He's been waiting a long time to pick up career win number 100, and he's hoping that tonight is the night for him. He'll be taking on this Menard batting order. Ichiro Suzuki, followed by Sean Figgins, Justin Smoke, Jack Cust, Franklin Gutierrez, Carlos Peguero, Brendan Ryan, Jack Wilson, and Chris Jimenez.
On the mound is Carl Pavano. Pavano making his 10th start of the year. We talked about, Dick, about him trying to win 100 in his major league career. But one thing that Pavano says that he's showing signs of turning things around. His last 2 starts, even though he doesn't have a decision, he's given up only 1 run in his last 12 1/3 innings. He was festering around with his delivery a little bit. He just was not happy the way that he was normally right around the strike zone. And the thing about Pavano, too, I think the last 6 starts he's picked up a total of 9 strikeouts.
Right.
Here's a guy that, averages 5.6 strikeouts throughout his major league career. So there's, Pavano's 17-game winner last year. The Twins need to find that right delivery for him.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Young, Span, and Kubel across the outfield. Valencia, Fluke, Cuddyer, Morneau, the infielders. Butera behind the plate. Tomey is in the lineup as the designated hitter. So this lineup, even without Joe Mauer, has a little more substance to it than what it has had in the past. And Ron Gardenhire, glad to see that the team is starting to hit some more home runs, but frustrated in that they hit a lot of home runs in Arizona but didn't win a ball game. Ultimately, it comes down to winning games, and Gardy hopes that will start tonight. Twins have not had a winning homestand yet this year.
You know, Harmon would say, you know what, you can't do anything about yesterday. All you can do is move forward, and that's what the Twins have to do.
Ichiro leading off, up and away, ball one. And what was his famous saying or favorite saying? Keep swinging.
That's right.
Keep swinging.
He said keep swinging because they might throw it where you're swinging. I guess I was swinging a lot of times where they were throwing.
2-0 to Ichiro, and now ball three.
Well, walks have not really hurt Pavano. 14 walks in 54 and a third innings. You want Ichiro to swing the bat right here, which he does very well.
And a 4-pitch walk puts him aboard.
Both these ball clubs, the Twins and the Mariners, struggling for runs this year. Mariners have a better pitching staff than the Twins, and we'll go into that a little bit later, but it's no way to start a ball game right there. 4 pitches, and Ichiro Suzuki with 11 stolen bases on first base.
Leading the team 11 for 15 in steals. That'll bring up Sean Figgins.
And opponents are 7 for 7 against Pavano when they try to steal a base.
Bill Pavano checking the Suzuki. And there's a strike on the outside corner. Pavano taking on a Seattle team that's playing its best baseball right now. Twins split a 2-game series last week in Seattle.
Seattle currently on a 5-game winning streak. They just swept the San Diego Padres in interleague play in San Diego.
Flip to left, and Young comes in a few steps for the catch, 1 away. And unbeknownst, I suppose, to the Mariners is the fact that underneath home plate is a picture, a laminated picture of Harmon Killebrew.
Yeah, Larry DeVito, the head groundskeeper here, and his crew decided to do that. Pretty cool. Harmon will always be right there at home plate.
So 1 down. Suzuki still at first, and Justin Smoke the batter. And Pavano hits the outside corner again.
Well, Smoke leading the Mariners with 6 home runs, also 26 runs driven in.
Coming over to Seattle from Texas in the Cliff Lee trade. Swing and a foul, 2 strikes. As fast as Suzuki is, the Mariners at times have been frustrated that he didn't steal more bases. And the Mariners have stolen 37 times, have been thrown out 18 times. High and tight, 1-2.
Suzuki in his career 394 career stolen bases. There they are right there. 80% attempt percentage or success percentage.
One and two. How much time or effort did you put into holding runners on or working on your moves between starts?
You know what? They never stopped at first. They always went to second, Dick.
Smoke strikes out. Out number 2.
Oh, good pitch right there. Outer half of the plate. And Pavano, you know, when we see Pavano on, you know, he'll hit his spots. He'll hit both sides of the plate. Look at Butera where he's sitting. Outside. Good spot right there.
So Pavano, who, as Bert mentioned, hasn't gotten many strikeouts, gets one in a good spot here in the first inning. And that'll bring up Jack Cust.
You know, I didn't have the quick feet like a Kirk McCaskill or Jesse Crane.
Right.
So my main thing was doing what Pavano's trying to do, is just change your little demeanor out there.
Cust with a deep blast, and he's just hit his first home run of the year. Teeing off on the first pitch from Pavano, he makes it 2-0. didn't even have time to tell you that he's their designated hitter and he's their cleanup hitter, but he had yet to hit a home run this year.
Yeah, he's 4 for 6 now off of Pavano. He jumped on that first pitch for Pavano and hit it the other way into the bullpen area. So Pavano allows his 6th home run of the year, and the Mariners take an early 2-0 lead. That ball's about thigh high, and Cuss taking it the other way. It's his 103rd Major League home run, his first this year.
And a strike on the outside corner. So Pavano got Figgins and Smoke. Looked like he might be able to get through the first inning without having that walk come back to haunt him. And Cuss tees off and makes it a 2-0 ball game. Here's Franklin Gutierrez, who has really been dealing with a curious ordeal. And it's just nice to see him back in the lineup for Seattle. It's an unpleasant predicament that he's found himself in, but he finally was diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome, and it put him on the shelf. He had a hard time maintaining weight. Here's a little bouncer to the right side, barehanded by Cuddyer, and he throws him out. A 4-pitch walk, a 2-run home run, and an early 2-0 lead for the Mariners. Look, and Eric Wedge and Mariners with a 2-0 lead. Here's the Menards batting order for Ron Gardenhire. Denard Span, Trevor Plouffe, Jason Kubel, Justin Morneau, Michael Cuddyer, Jim Thome, Delman Young, Danny Valencia, Drew Butera.
And Jason Vargas on the mound making his 10th start of the year, just like Pavano. He's riding a 16 scoreless inning streak. And he's been outstanding over his last 4 starts. 3-0 with a 1.47 earned run average. Making just his 3rd career start against the Twins and his first here at Target Field.
He and the rest of the Seattle starting rotation have been outstanding as of late, particularly in the month of May. Here's a drive to right. This ball's hit pretty well. It's up and gone. A home run. Denard Span hitting his 2nd of the year. And it's 2-1.
Isn't that funny? They put a picture of Harmon underneath the home plate. We've had 2 home runs already here in 3 outs. Denard Span, a leadoff home run, gets half of the runs back for the Twins. Jumping on a pitch from Vargas, his 5th home run that he's allowed. Oh, went down and hit that ball a long way.
So 2-1, and here's Trevor Plouffe showing bunt, taking a strike during early batting practice today. I was talking with Denard, and he said, now, over there by the 365-foot sign, how far do you think you'd have to hit it to hit it out, would you have to hit it 400 feet or so? And I said, I don't know, I suppose that's a pretty high wall, 29-foot wall above the 365 sign. So he determined it was about a 400-foot poke to hit one out there. And in his first swing tonight, he hit one in that exact spot he was talking about. One and two to Plouffe, and called third strike, one away.
That's that pitch right there that Vargas said that he has really had a lot of success with. Plouffe doesn't like it, but it's a little cutter that Vargas really said that's the reason that he's kind of picked up his game a little bit. You see the cutter flipping the corner down and away for a strikeout.
As good as he's been, Vargas has struggled, if you can call it that, I guess, against left-handed batters. Lefties are hitting .321 against him. Right-handers hitting about 100 points less. Here's a lefty skying one near second base, right behind the number 3. Caught by the second baseman Wilson, 2 down. And that'll bring up Justin Morneau. Here are the Mariners out of the field, brought to you by Northland Ford. Carlos Piguero, Franklin Gutierrez, Ichiro Suzuki, Sean Figgins, Brendan Ryan, Jack Wilson, Justin Smoke, Chris Jimenez catching Jason Vargas. Here's Morneau. And there is strike one. Morneau has the Fu Manchu look. Fouled back. 2 strikes. So what do you think? How do you think you would look if you trimmed up your goatee into a Fu Manchu?
Like Eric Wedge.
Yeah. Fouled away.
2 former managers of the year managing against each other here. Eric Wedge, when he was with the Indians, manager of the year in 2007. And Ron Gardenhire, last year's manager of the year.
2 strikes to Morneau. Just off the corner, and Vargas started toward the dugout. 1 and 2.
Vargas making his 75th major league start.
That hits the pitcher, bounces to the shortstop Ryan. He throws Morneau out, and that ends the first inning. An inning highlighted by a Denard Span home run, his second of the year. It's 2-1. Brought to you by Pentair. And we've had a couple of home runs already in the ball game. A 2-run home run for Jack Costa, a solo home run for Denard Span. A beautiful night. We haven't had very good weather here at Target Field in year 2, but beautiful weather tonight. And regarding the ceremony Thursday night, the memorial service, weather's supposed to be just about like this on Thursday night. It should be a beautiful night. Strike on the outside corner to Carlos Peguero. And a bouncer to the right side. Easy play for Cuddyer. 1 down. Roy Smalley, Carl Pavano with a 4-pitch walk to start the ball game. Unusual for a control pitcher to walk that leadoff man on 4 pitches.
It is unusual, Dick, and as Bert and I have talked about, and you have talked about with us, he's struggled with his command a little bit. But Bert, you know, you and I have talked about pitching and hitting so much of the time, and you love that outside corner, being able to pitch on the outside corner. My belief is that for him to be able to do that, he's got to get the ball inside and impress hitters on the inside part of the plate. I think he's been missing that spot too.
Yeah, that's what Roy. That's what Pavano said. You know, when he's trying to go away, the ball comes over the plate, and when he's trying to go in, say on a right-hander, he's not hitting his spots. I know a lot of times when I tried to go in, and if I missed, I wanted my catcher to go right back in there because I was determined to throw that ball inside. I don't care if I hit the SOB. I wanted to pitch inside.
Well, you really have to pitch inside, Bert. What you knew about that is if you had to make guys respect the fact that you were going to come in there because they want to get the big end of the bat out in front, and that makes them be quicker, and then it makes them vulnerable to everything on the outside part of the plate. And, of course, everybody's vulnerable to that curveball that you had, but you still had to pitch inside to make them make that curveball as effective as it possibly could be.
Yeah, you have to pitch inside to get the outer half of the plate, and Pavano, when he's on, he'll do that.
Outside 2-2, and by SOB you mean the Sox of Boston, right? Rather than not to be confused with the Sox of Chicago.
Oh yes.
Well, you know what's funny about that, guys? Pavano went up and in on Smoke, and you know he missed way in, and then the next pitch was on the outside corner, and Smoke had a weak swing at it. Inside impresses you, whether it impresses you because you have to be quick, or whether it impresses you because you're not really sure if he knows where it's going in there.
You know, Don Drysdale, I learned many years ago, you said, you know, if you go in, sometimes you have to repeat it to let that hitter know, hey, okay, this part of my plate is, you know, your inside as much as yours as far as the outside, too, so you have to work both ways.
Base hit to center by Ryan. In your 22 years of baseball, you were known as one of the great repeaters of all time. A 1-out single for Brendan Ryan, and Jack Wilson will hit.
Take a look. See, he wants that ball in, and that's what Pavano said. He's not getting that ball in there.
So a 1-out single here in the second, and Jack Wilson will hit.
You know, I talked to Carl about it, and sometimes, you know, he's saying his hip is flying open. He feels his arm, his shoulders flying open. Sometimes you try to worry about so many other things, and what you're trying to do is throw the ball out front. Get the ball out front. It's kind of like hitting, Roy. Probably, you know, if you worry about if your hips opening up or your feet are, rather than just trying to make good contact. Go back to basics.
Boy, that's really true, Bert. You can get your mind all messed up with thinking about mechanics up there. You don't have time to be thinking about 3 different things and picking up a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. You just have to think about the big end to the ball and see it and hit it.
You know, one thing I can say, when I was out on that mound, there's a couple things, keys that I always went to. And Roy, you may have something at home plate, but I always thought stay back, stay tall, and stay on top of that baseball. That was it. That was it for me. That was pretty simple. I kept it simple. How about at the plate, Roy?
Yeah, you really want to be. I always, when I started getting in trouble, I tried to make it real simple too, and try to do something really specific with the baseball, like hit the ball back off the pitcher's forehead. Sorry, you know.
Thank you.
And or keep my hands back and just get the big end on it, or you know, something really, really simple.
Force at second. Wilson reaching on a fielder's choice. 2 down.
Yeah, Wilson, he got that down that line pretty good. Very good turn by Michael Cuddyer at second base, taking the ball from Danny Valencia and then stepping back. Watch Cuddyer right here. Steps back and then with his strong arm That's how quick Wilson got from home to first.
So 2 down, a runner at first, and catcher Chris Gimenez. Mariners have won 6 of 7. Wilson goes on the first pitch, and Butera has no chance. So a first pitch steal of second base.
And there's that quickness again. Jack Wilson, with his 5th stolen base of the year, gets in the scoring position. So he hustled down the line to stay out of the double play and then runs on the first pitch. Butera, the one-hop throw, but even a good throw would have not been able to get Wilson.
Baseball brought to you tonight in Sony High Definition. One strike to Gimenez, and now Wilson to third, and the pitch driven to right. And that is going to get over Kubal's head. Another run will score. Gimenez to second with an RBI double, and Wilson going on the first pitch to second, going on the next pitch to third.
Well, Gimenez got a pitch up right there and hit it the other way. Now, Miguel Olivo, the normal, almost everyday catcher, Gimenez just his 26th at bat, picking up his 6th hit and his first double of the year, driving in his 4th run.
And right in the middle part of the strike zone, right about where Cust's home run was delivered. So now 3-1, and here's Ichiro Suzuki, who walked on 4 pitches to start the ball game, and Pavano misses with his first offering here. And a strike. It seems strange to see this man at the plate with a batting average that doesn't begin with a 3.
Oh, it will. It will at the end of the year.
Typically May has been his best month, but he's really scuffled here this May. 1-1. 2-1.
Career .331 hitter coming into this year, his 11th season with the Mariners.
Gimenez at second with 2 away. And Cuddyer with a great stop, springs to his feet. No chance to get Ichiro, but he saved a run with his snag of the first out. 3rd hit of the inning. And Cuddyer acrobatically keeping this a 3-1 score.
I'll tell you what, Cuddyer's been so valuable to the Twin organization, a guy that can play anywhere. And right there makes a nice diving catch. And you're right, Dick, he does save a run and almost gets Ichiro at first base. Ichiro's so quick down that line, and he can smell those hits. He gets his first hit and the 4th hit for the Mariners.
So now it's 3-1. They're 2 men on, and Figgins at the plate. Hit a fly ball to Delmon Young quickly in his first inning at bat. Ball 1. Been about a year and a half now, and you wonder whether both Figgins and the Angels don't regret him leaving Anaheim for Seattle. Here's a chopper, and Pavano will finish the inning off himself. But 3 hits for the Mariners and another run. They lead it 3-1. Harper, who is the subject of our carsoup.com/baseball question. Tom Shute from Bloomington is first stating that Harmon Killebrew was a quiet, humble man, and when he did talk, people seemed to listen. What were some of your favorite quotes from Harmon?
Well, I think I like this one. I realized at a young age I could hit a baseball further than most people. So that's what I tried to do. And he did a pretty good job of that, 573 times.
That particular quote is etched in wood back here in the 573 club behind the press box. Here's Michael Kadire. He'll be followed by Jim Thome and Delmon Young. High fly to center, and Gutierrez comes in. My favorite Harmon quote involved hitting a knuckleball, and in his era he was hitting them against the likes of Hoyt Wilhelm, fellow Hall of Famer. Look for the seams on a knuckleball and then hit in between them. Pretty simple approach.
Yeah.
And Tony wearing a twin shirt with a number 3 on it. One down. Here's Jim Thome going after the first pitch. The dribbler to Smoke. Vargas covers and a couple of quick outs here in the second. And that'll bring up Delmon Young. Young hit his first home run of the year in yesterday's game in Arizona. And very often you'll see it. A hitter struggles to hit his first home run, and then numbers 2, 3, 4, and so on come pretty quickly afterwards. That's the hope for the Twins, that one home run will get Delmon Young going.
That's right. That's what happened to Harmon. I mean, it took him a while to hit number 500, and then right away he hit 501, just like that.
1-1. Part of it, part of the Seattle pitching success is their ballpark, but the rotation 1 through 5 has been outstanding. Jimenez makes the catch, and on 6 pitches, Vargas retires Kadire, Thome, and Young. Minnesota Twins baseball is brought to you by Explore Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com to plan your next Minnesota vacation today. A lot of beautiful lakes in Minnesota. Maybe the most beautiful Woman Lake in the Hackensack area of north central Minnesota. Woman Lake is one of 127 lakes within a 10-mile radius of Hackensack. And just a gorgeous, gorgeous area. Have some good friends who live on Woman Lake. Justin Smoke, foul ball on the first pitch and a ground ball on the second pitch. Kadir to Morneau, one away. That'll bring up Jack Cust. Here's our window concept, window of opportunity. Pavano typically has done pretty well so far this year at Target Field.
Yeah, and 3 starts back in April against Oakland, 8 innings, allowed only 1 run. Then the Indian ball game here, he allowed 3 runs in 7 innings. Those are his 2 wins. His other start here in Toronto, where he worked 5 1/3 innings of shutout baseball. He just threw a lot of pitches, 115 in that start.
Up and away, ball 1 to Cust, who hammered the first pitch he saw in the first inning into the bullpen for a 2-run home run.
See, that first pitch right there, he missed way out of the strike zone. There's an off-speed pitch.
1-1.
I mean, this is what Roy and I were talking about right here. I mean, Cust hit a ball away the other way. So this at bat, you have to do what he's doing right there. Get the ball in. And if you miss in and get it inside.
2-1. Cust with a liner to left, a base hit in front of Young, with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. Twins and Mariners are back at it again tomorrow night, and it's a Sports Authority Value Pack game. You can purchase a ticket in the U.S. Bank home run porch and get a free Schweigert hot dog and Pepsi. Tickets are limited for the game, so call 800-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com, and you can do either tonight. Here's Franklin Gutierrez, acquired from the Indians a couple years ago because of his defense. And of course, we were talking about Seattle's ballpark, and it's very much a pitcher's ballpark, even more so than I think Target Field is. So they really need a center fielder who can cover the ground and give them Gold Glove caliber defense, and Gutierrez is the guy.
Yeah, he won the Gold Glove last year for the Seattle Mariners. His first.
Driven to the gap in right center. Span is going to try to cut it off and keep Cust at third. He'll get it back to the infield quickly, and it is a double for Gutierrez and another threat for the Mariners here in the 3rd.
Oh, Gutierrez, just his 3rd hit now in 15 at-bats, just being activated off the disabled list. And his first double. Span cutting it off and getting it back in.
I think every hit has been on a pitch right down the middle of the plate. So Carlos Piguero will hit. Now, the Twins already down by a couple of runs. They've given up 3. And this Mariner pitching staff has been very, very stingy in the month of May. So the corner infielders are going to play in. And even the shortstop Plouffe kind of playing halfway in with Cust not running well. Bounce right side, and a run's going to score. Kadir throws to first. That's out number 2. So Cust comes in. Piguero does the job. And the Mariners have scored in every inning.
Yeah, Piguero picking up his 7th RBI. And the Mariners take a 4-1 lead.
That's the type of at bat that the Twins have been struggling to get. Piguero hasn't hit much, but in that instance, all he needed to drive in a run was a ground ball in the right spot. Here's Brendan Ryan. Twins misfired in that category a number of times in Arizona, and that's one of the reasons why they got swept. High fly to left field. Young going back to end the inning. But another good inning for the Mariners. Pair of hits, another run. They lead it 4-1.
submit an email to why your sign should be circled on an upcoming home game and have a chance to visit us up in here in the booth. We'll reveal 2 of the sections the morning before each game. One will be listed on foxsportsnorth.com and the other on KFAN.com. You're on KFAN today. I get to go tomorrow.
Yep.
Went well for you?
Well, they invited me back, so I guess
really?
I guess I'll go any place that invites me back.
Hurting for guests because they're inviting me tomorrow.
1 strike to Valencia. Butera and Span will follow. Now the Mariners on a good roll. We mentioned they've won 6 of the last 7 games. But in the month of May, their team has an ERA. Now in this day and age, it's a pretty remarkable number. 2.47.
Not bad. You know, you look in that Western Division, it's the Oakland A's, the Seattle Mariners, and the Angels of Anaheim that have the 1, 2, 3 as far as, club pitching.
Right.
And then, 3 teams down or 4 teams down are Texas Rangers. Some very good pitching in that American League Western Division. Of course, we saw Oakland. We know how those young pitchers are. They can pitch. Anaheim's going to be coming in this weekend.
Twins won't have to face Felix Hernandez, so that's good. Michael Pineda, they won't have to face him either. But now Vargas, he's given up now just 2 runs in his last 25 2/3 innings, counting Span's home run. All 5 Seattle starters have an ERA under 4. So there's not a soft spot in the whole rotation.
Even Eric Bedard, who really going into the season, they didn't know what they were going to get out of
Right.
him, and he's been pitching pretty well.
Full count to Valencia. Twins need base runners, down by 3 runs, and here's a pitch spun back over the net, foul. In 9 straight games, the Mariners starters have gone at least 7 innings and allowed 2 runs or less. So Eric Wedge, who managed when he was with Cleveland, 2 Cy Young Award winners, Sabathia and Lee's got a pretty good group to pick from here.
I think you got to give a lot of credit to Carl Willis, his pitching coach.
The fly to center, and Gutierrez comes in a couple of steps, 1 down.
Let's take a look at the last 7 ball games. So you see how the starters have done. All very, very good.
Now, they just got done playing the Padres, and the Padres are really struggling, particularly in their home ballpark, and they swept San Diego at Petco Park. But still, to do it for the entire month of May and have an ERA of less than 2.5, that's pretty good. Here's Butera. And Butera on the first pitch grounds it up the middle. So Butera aboard as the Twins roll the lineup over. AT&T trivia question we're told is Harmon Killebrew related. Which pitcher did Harmon hit the most career home runs off of?
I'm going to go Walter Johnson. Just kidding, Harmon.
I think Stu Miller is the guy he said he could not hit. A little willowy pitcher who once was famous for getting blown off the mound at the All-Star game in San Francisco. Here's Span. And there's strike 1. Well, who were contemporaries of
boy,
Harmon?
that's what I'm thinking. Maybe a guy like a Mickey Lolich, for the Tigers, someone that played in that era and pitched a lot of innings.
Tommy John didn't get started till the mid-'60s, right? So, I mean, it's got to be somebody you would think that started pitching in the 50s. How about Jim Bunning? He started with the Tigers, and then I suppose by mid-'60s he was over with the Phillies.
Yeah, they didn't do the interleague play back then, so it's all American League pitchers.
1-1 to Span.
Fastball away. What Jimenez wants.
2-1.
Vargas, 28 years old, in his 3rd season with the Mariners, again making his 75th major league start. He has 21 wins, 28 losses. So this is A left-hander that has kind of picked it up a little bit. 3-2 on the year. Very good earned run average.
Strike called, 2-2. Span's home run in the first inning broke a string of 16 straight shutout innings for Vargas. Let us know who you think will be the Arby's value player of the game tonight. Text the word value followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234-234.
Yeah, that leadoff home run, the 4th time that Denard Span has led off the Twins offense with a home run.
Just off the plate, 3-2. Down 3 runs. Twins likely would not send Butera here, but we'll see. Full count to Span. And that's dumped behind third at a foul ball. And Butera was staying put at first.
I'm trying to think some other pitchers. Maybe a Jim Palmer, someone that never gave up a grand slam. He's told us that many times. But maybe gave up Harmon some home runs.
Well, almost necessarily it would have to be somebody who pitched a long time like Palmer did. I kind of like your Mickey Lolich guess. Full count to Span. Just missed inside. So a hit by Butera, and now Span draws a walk. Twins get the tying run to the plate in Plouffe. Rasmussen College Student Days coming up Wednesday when the Twins finalize their series here with Seattle. Standing room only tickets are half price for students with valid ID. Tickets are available on the day of game only, and they are limited, so make your plans to come out early. For more information about Rasmussen College Student Days, please visit twinsbaseball.com.
Yeah, one thing about Vargas, that's only his 15th walk and now 60 innings pitched, so he's been around the plate. He doesn't walk too many hitters. That's what we've seen from Plouffe. I think we saw him, in Arizona swinging at a lot of high fastballs. He struck out quite frequently in Arizona on that high fastball. Right there, as a hitter, I'm sure you want that pitcher to bring the ball down.
1 strike. Now a changeup gets a swinging strike.
Hey, Roy, a lot of times we saw Plouffe, and I don't know if you saw the games in Arizona, but a lot of high fastballs he just couldn't lay off of. How do you tell yourself to stay off of it?
Bert, I always tried to, I want to hit the ball to be down anyway, but I just make a tunnel with my mind and look for the ball belt high or lower, and I never even wanted to look at the ball above my belt. I just let it go right from the start.
Infield fly rules called, so that means Plouffe is retired. It's out number 2.
That pitch up there near your eyes, you see it real well because it's so close to your eyes, and it's really tantalizing, but for most hitters, it's the toughest pitch to hit, and you really have to steel yourself and discipline yourself to know where it is that you hit the ball the best, and concentrate on those pitches and not the ones that sometimes look the best.
Jason Kubel popped up on the first pitch he saw in the first inning. Comes up here representing the tying run with 2 gone. And at the knees, strike. Kubel with just 5 home runs, and I think it seems like more because he's got a dozen doubles.
Yeah, Twins only have 2 3-run home runs this year. One by Kubel, one by Trevor Plouffe. This is where they want to hit the home run. With the runners on, a lot of solo home runs for the Twins.
Outside, 1-1. Team has a slugging percentage of .333. Kubel's slugging percentage is .488. That's why I think it seems like he's hit more than 5 home runs. He's picked up a dozen doubles and a triple.
Ooh,
Got a
boy.
pitch there.
Boy, yeah, right there. You mentioned earlier, Vargas, left-handers hitting 321, right-handers only 230, and boy, look at that pitch right there. People would like to have that back. That home run by Span, the first left-handed hitter hitting a home run off of Vargas. Doing a good job getting strike one, 11 of the 12 so far.
1-2 to Jason Kubel. In the dirt. He's got a 1-out single by Butera. Span followed with a walk. Twins would like to get something out of this third inning rally. 2-2. Bouncer to the right side. First baseman Smoak with the play. That ends the inning. A couple of men left aboard, and it's 4-1. Is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. By AT&T. And by Comcast. Call Comcast Business Class at 800-391-3000 to turn your business into a fast business. Carl Pavano delivering strike one to Jack Wilson as we begin play here in the fourth inning. Swing and a miss. 0-2, and Pavano needs to start putting some zeros up on the board.
Yeah, you can't do anything about your first three innings, but he can control right now and hopefully later in the ball game. Put some zeros on the board. Keep it at 4-1 until hopefully your offense can pick you up.
Little dribbler. Valencia fires on the run, and Wilson is retired, one down.
Nice play right there by Danny Valencia. If that ball goes to Plouffe, Wilson, who has good speed, beats it out. Danny Valencia's got to cut across like he did right there, and on the run make the first put out. He didn't hit it very sharply right here, but Danny coming in, cutting across, and then on the run getting it over to Justin for the first out.
We saw Wilson beat the relay on that double play ball in the second, and he was ruled safe, stole second, and then ended up scoring on Jimenez's double. Jimenez dropping one over the head of Kubel in right field. One down. Jimenez takes ball one. Been kind of a streaky year for the Mariners regarding road games. They'd won 5 in a row earlier this year. Then they lost 6 in a row. And now, as we said, they've just come here to Minnesota off a 3-game sweep in San Diego. Jam shot Barehanded by Pavano. And
big old pause.
2 down.
Yeah, he didn't feel like he could get his glove on it, so just put those big hands out there. And able to get it. 50 pitches for Pavano, 34 have been strikes. There's been 8 ground ball outs so far for Pavano. Only 2 fly ball outs.
Here's Ichiro, singled in the second. Got an infield hit. Was headed. His ball was headed to right field, but Kanier cut it off. But Ichiro still flying down the line in good shape. Beat it out.
Yeah, Ichiro at 37 years old. Again, in his 11th season here in the United States, 9 seasons in Japan. Almost 3,600 hits in his career between Japan and the United States.
Swing and a foul. 56 hits this year. So he's now gotten 2,300 hits as a major leaguer.
And 1,278 in Japan. Hurry up. Add it up. What is it?
Oh, I didn't get enough sleep last night. 3,000 something.
3,500. And 78.
2 and 2.
That's a lot of hits.
Yeah. 2-time batting champion. Of course, Joe Mauer, who's not here, has won 3. And I don't know that you could have a bigger contrast in terms of hitting styles than the textbook style Joe Mauer uses. And if this is textbook, it's in a language no one else understands. Here's a drive to right center field. And Ichiro has his second hit.
Well, Roy Smalley can probably attest to this. One thing that Ichiro, even though he's got that weird, stance at home plate, he always seems to be able to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. Now, it's not the home run or the extra base hits, but boy, he can hit.
He can just flat hit, and the reason he does, he has so much body movement, his feet are moving forward, big weight shift, but if you watch him, his hands always stay back and still. And so whenever he swings, it's a full swing. You never see his hands coming forward so that he gets fooled. If we were to take a look at this, so watch his hand. Just focus on his hands. Watch how they stay back. They stay back. Now, when it's a full swing, when he's ready to go, that's a full swing, and he just can't fool it.
1 strike to Figgins. Another base hit. And Ichiro will hold at second. So the Mariners with 2 outs, threatening to score again here in the 4th.
8th base hit for the Mariners here with 2 outs in the 4th inning off of Pavano.
Justin Smoke is 0 for 2.
I think what we've seen, Pavano and his control, like we talked about, he said he was starting to feel a little bit better, but boy, here tonight, every pitch seems like it has too much of the plate. Look at the location. That one right down the heart of the plate. Another pitch down the middle. Always watch the catcher, and you see Butera, he's sitting inside, but the ball is back over the plate. So if he's missing, he's not missing left or right. He's missing right down the middle.
And Justin Smoke, the top power threat on this Mariner team, comes up with 2 men aboard. Just off the outside corner. Ball 1. Some concern last year. Smoke, after the trade, didn't hit particularly well for Seattle. And his .268 average isn't anything to write home about. There's a changeup missing, 2-0. But this is a Mariner team that has a very low team batting average of .230.
Well, one thing Justin Smoke gets the opportunity here to do, and that's to play every day. He played in 100 ball games last year, really got his feet wet between the Rangers and the Mariners, but hit only .218. Like you mentioned, 13 home runs last year. He's got some pop. #1 pick by the Rangers back in 2008 out of the University of South Carolina.
2-1, a switch hitter, power from both sides of the plate. Pavano gave up 2 runs in the first, a run in the second, another one in the third. Got the first 2 outs quickly here in the fourth, but now a pair of singles. Has put his back up against the wall again.
Yeah, this is a big pitch right here. You don't want to go 3-1. You want him to make contact here. And he does go 3-1. Misses high.
Jack Cuss, the on-deck hitter, already has a couple of hits, including a home run against Pavano. All right, so you don't want to miss out over the plate. You're going for that outside corner, and you miss on the other side. 3-1 with 2 gone. That's to the left field corner and turning foul. So now it's a 3-2 count. A lot of speed on the bases to begin with. And Suzuki will be able to leave early from second and Figgins early from first. Got him. Big strikeout with Pavano stranding a couple of runners. Still trailing, however, by 3. Due up here against Jason Vargas. It'll be Justin Morneau, Michael Cuddyer, and Jim Thome. Vargas has only thrown 41 pitches. The only run coming on a leadoff home run by Span in the first inning. This one lifted to right off the end of the bat. And Ichiro comes in. Morneau gone on 1 pitch. Let's find Robbie Ince Mikowski.
Well, guys, in American League Western Division just got a little bit stronger with the returns of Josh Hamilton and Nelson Cruz to the Texas Rangers lineup, and that's tonight's Sanford Health Injury Report. Josh Hamilton, on that crazy slide in Detroit, that crazy sac fly, had a right humerus fracture to be specific, missed 36 games, and Nelson Cruz missed the last 18. And what does Josh Hamilton do tonight? In his first at bat against John Danks, he does what you'd expect Josh Hamilton to do. Hit a home run, and the Rangers lead 1-0 in the top of the 6th.
Thanks, Robbie. How about John Danks? Not getting any run support again tonight. This is his 10th start. He doesn't have a win yet. We've seen him eat up some really good hitters in our lineup over the years, and he does not have 1 win yet this year. 2-0 to Cuddyer, and the Rangers happy to have Hamilton and Cruz back. They'll get Julio Bourbon back, they hope, in a few days. But with Cruz and Hamilton in their lineup, the Rangers average 5.8 runs per game. Without them, they average 3.3. So their run production in missing those 2 guys nearly cut in half. Cuddyer draws a walk. That sets up Thome with a man aboard.
Yeah, because those two guys can hit the ball out of the ballpark with men on base. That's why they have the pop in that lineup. Michael Young's having a great year.
Right.
You know, he'll get on, and those guys drive him in.
Jim Thome on the first pitch hit a ground ball to Justin Smoak. Thome was really starting to hit the ball well in the last few games before he pulled a muscle in his back. He was deemed well enough to play this past weekend, but the Twins, because they were playing by National League rules, really didn't have a place to play him.
It'll still take Jim Thome a little bit of time to get his timing back up here. You can go down and, you know, you can face guys in an extended spring all you want or single A, but it's not like big league pitching. I think we saw that from Delmon Young. We're seeing it from Delmon Young. I think the Mariners have seen it from Franklin Gutierrez, off to a little bit of a slow start. You come off the disabled list, you think, okay, I'm ready. Well, it takes time to get that timing again. I think it's easier for a pitcher to come off the disabled list than it is a hitter. This pitcher, you know, all you have to do is just make sure your arm is solid and you hit your spots, and hopefully, you know, you've had enough time in the minor leagues to find that sharpness. As a hitter, you have to come up and face major league pitching, where down there you're just facing minor league pitching.
One and two. And off the plate, 2-2.
Yeah, good take. Of course, Jim Thome has an outstanding eye. 9th on the all-time list in walks.
And home plate umpire Ed Rapuano trying to clarify the count. Scoreboard says 2-2. I thought I saw him hold up 3 fingers in his left hand. And now Rapuano talking with Chris Jimenez to make sure that he's straight on the count. We'll go with 2-2 as the count. Vargas to Thome. And now it's 3-2. So Vargas walked Span last inning. He's walked Kadire here with 1 out and is in danger of walking Thome. Full count with 1 away. We'll keep an eye on Kadire for him. He stays put, and Kadire, Thome sends it deep to right, and there it goes. Number 592 for Jim Thome.
I take it all back. His timing's there. Home run number 3 on the year for Jim Thome, a big 2-run home run. Yes, that man would be proud right there. That little cutter left out over the plate. And look at the solid swing of Jim Thome, the 40-year-old.
Almost hit the flagpole again. Now it's 4-3. Here's Delmon Young. And there goes one down the left field line. Chased by Peguero. And back into the seats. So Young made a bid to tie the ball game up. And all the Twins runs here tonight coming on home runs.
Boy, you talk about a swing that's strong. Look at Jim Thome right here. Wow. That going through that strike zone.
Good to have him back.
Hey, John.
1 strike to Delmon Young. outside, 1-1.
You know, it's not only good to have Jim Thome back, what he did to home run, but it's also good in the clubhouse. He has that Harmon Killebrew type presence that people look up to.
Oh, back by Young, 1-2.
You know, Harmon wasn't a rah-rah guy, but as Jim Thome is, but they lead by example. See what Thome is right now on the all-time home run list. Roy Smalley. That home run measured at 465 feet, Roy.
Guys, and it was such an important home run. I think in this ball game when a club's not swinging the bat real well, and you got pitchers that have been, wow, that's why it was a big home run. It was 465 feet.
Yeah.
Checked his swing, and it's a full count now to Young. It was a 3-2 pitch that Thome clobbered, and now Young will get a 3-2 pitch.
I think you heard the crowd when they put that on the scoreboard. It's like, whoa. I think he got all of it.
He got most of that one.
Bounce to third. That's a foul ball, just foul. Well, I think it's clear, guys, that the concrete is drying out here at Target Field.
Where's Jason Giambi when we need him?
But just to finish that thought, though, I will say that when a club's struggling offensively a little bit, and you're facing a team that has got the pitching stats that you two have enumerated here over the course of this ball game, and your starting pitcher gives up 4 runs, it's 4-1. Pretty easy to get, if not down, at least desperately in need of a jolt, and they just got one.
Another 3-2, and Young takes ball 4. So remember Cust's home run in the first inning? Escher was walked in front of the home run, and Pavano paid the price. And now Kadyr's walk, Thome's homered, and another walk to Young. Oh boy, I wish we had more time. Earl Wilson, and only 9. Jim Thome hit 9 one year against Rick Reed.
Earl Wilson, is that when he pitched for the Tigers? I believe.
Right, yeah.
Well, we had Lolich, so you know who was on that Tiger staff.
How many letters in Lolich's last name?
Well, give me time. 6.
How many in Wilson?
Depends on how you spell it. I would go 6, but hey, there's 6 in Vargas too.
That's right. Well, here's Valencia, tying run aboard, 1 out here in the 4th. Valencia hit a fly ball to left his first time up. Well, this is the first time now in a week and a half that a Seattle starter has not gone 7 innings with 2 runs allowed or less. That drifts up and away, and Vargas has lost the strike zone here in the 4th inning.
Again, walks have not been an issue. 3 walks so far in the ball game. Only the second time this year he's walked 3 in a game.
And outside, 2-0. To Danny Valencia. There's a fastball on the outside corner. Valencia with 7 doubles and 5 home runs. Trying to get the game tied up here in the 4th. Young with a steal in his only attempt. The Twins 18 steals in 23 attempts. Lace to left, and a base hit. So Valencia got himself into a hitting count and drills a solid single to left, and that advances Young to second.
Twins having some good at bats. Vargas leaving some pitches that are hittable, and Valencia gets a hit. So with one out, the Twins have had a walk, a 2-run home run, a walk, and a base hit.
Now you had an inspired pick in our pick the stick. You picked Drew Butera. He got a base hit his first time up. He comes through here. It'll be a really shrewd pick. 3 really good left-handed hitters there. Kubel, Thome, and Morneau. It's down the left field line and back into the seat, strike one. Vargas entered the inning with, what did I say, 42 pitches? He's up to 65.
At 41, yep. The last couple innings, he used a lot of pitches. Had 18 pitches in the first 2 innings to get the first 6 outs. And now up to 65. So 43 pitches between last inning and 1 out here.
Just watching Vargas here, sometimes he doesn't even look at the runner. He didn't look at Young at first a couple of times. That time with Young getting a decent lead at second, he never even looked back.
You see the 18 the first 2 innings, and then the last couple have been a struggle.
There's a look, and a second look, third look. Hit well to left field. Peguero going back, and he makes the catch on the edge of the track. So a line drive, second out here in the 4th inning, and that gets Span to the plate. Span's homered and walked. Big runner at second base. Twins trying to get this game tied up. It's a base hit to left. Young to third. They're going to wave him in. Here's the throw from Peguero. Offline, and Span delivers the game-tying hit.
Yeah, like Carl Pavano in the first 3 innings, here this inning, Vargas leaving some pitches that the Twins are taking advantage of. Span jumping on that first pitch, picking up his second RBI of the ball game, slashing it the other way. And Delmon Young scoring from second base, a throw up the line. And Jimenez knocking it down.
Span with a couple of big hits. He's driven in his 9th and 10th runs. A reprieve for Carl Pavano. Here's Trevor Plouffe. Inside, ball 1. Fouled back. It's 1-1.
Oh, good swing right there.
Plouffe hit a pop-up with 2 men aboard and 1 out in the 3rd. Now with 2 outs and 2 men aboard, trying to get the hit that'll give the Twins their first lead. 1-2.
Good change up there by Vargas. .30 pitches so far this inning for Jason Vargas.
tattooed to center. But Gutierrez makes the catch, and the inning ends. The Twins tied up. They score 3, lead 2. Jim Thome back in the lineup tonight, and a long home run to celebrate.
Target field, everybody honoring number 3, Harmon Killebrew. Not only the Twins, Ron Gardenhire, great speech before the ball game. You could see Harmon's jersey hanging in the dugout. So many fans wearing the number 3. And Carl Pavano out there to start his 5th inning. Now a 4-4 ball game. So you look at it as a pitcher, nothing. You start new right here.
2-1 now to Jack Cust. He's had a hard time getting Cust. 2-run home run, Cust's first of the year, and then he singled and scored in the 3rd. Tapper foul, 2-2.
One thing I haven't seen from Pavano, we saw so many times last year when he won 17 ball games, was just hitting that spot down and away consistently on right-handers and left-handers. Of course, he has that great changeup, but he just the fastball location is off. Like that. I mean, that's a changeup right there, but you can almost see him opening up and trying to get that, make sure he gets that ball away. Butera now going inside. Get it in there, but again, too much of the plate.
You know, and I think a lot of fans would say, well, look, this guy's been at it for a while. He shouldn't be struggling with his mechanics, but it's an ongoing process.
Oh, it really is. I don't care how much time you spend on that mound. He's pitched almost 1,600 innings at the major league level. 250th start here tonight. You can see him with that split finger right there. Then he'll move it like he did right there for a fastball. And he got that ball in, but it's ball 4.
Second leadoff walk issued by Pavano. As part of our Fox Sports Supports charitable initiative, we're proud to wear pins during the 2011 Major League season on Fox Sports North to support Stand Up to Cancer and their work to fund groundbreaking research that helps accelerate treatment to patients. For more information, please visit standuptocancer.org/Fox Sports. And saddened to read today that our good friend Moose Skowron battling lung cancer, and certainly wish Moose the best. Always makes our visits to Chicago a little cheerier.
Oh, great man. Great man. A lot of baseball stories out of Moose.
Telling me stories about his semi-pro days in Austin, Minnesota before he came up to the Yankees. There's a strike, 1-1. Gutierrez cracked a double to right center field his second time up. Hit a grounder to Cuddyer his first time up.
Yeah, Gutierrez 4 seasons with the Cleveland Indians, in his 3rd season with Seattle.
Pulled hard and foul. 1-2.
A lot of these players have a relationship with Eric Wedge. Of course, Eric Wedge, the manager of the Indians.
And Wedge knows all about Gutierrez because they were together in Cleveland for a while. That's blocked by Butera. Wedge took a young team and took them into the playoffs, to the brink of the World Series a few years ago.
Yeah, back in 2007, that's when he was the American League Manager of the Year.
2-2 to Gutierrez.
When I was talking to Eric Wedge in Seattle, and we were talking about Target Field, and he said, you know what, Bert, he said, this will be my first trip here to Target Field. He was not in baseball last year. And had a chance to see him this afternoon. He said, absolutely beautiful field.
Yeah. And fouled away. Pavano, and it's been a struggle. He hasn't had a 1-2-3 inning. He hasn't faced fewer than 5 batters in an inning, and he's just issued a leadoff walk here in the 5th. He's got a protracted battle with Gutierrez. And just foul again. Boy, they've been wearing out that third baseline. There's been 3 or 4 balls just wide of the bag. And Pavano will try it again on 2-2. Right off the end of the bat. So the pitch count continues to mount. Pavano approaching 80 pitches now.
See, that's what I mean right there. He's not getting his strikeouts. You know, coming in over his last 6 starts, only 9 strikeouts, 2 here so far tonight. And you can't get that last strike, you know, you end up fouling pitches off.
See if they can get 2 here. 1. And Cuddier's throw on one hop to Morneau. He kind of submarined to try to get Cust down, and boy, he nearly hit Cust with that throw, it looked like.
Well, middle infielders like to do that from time to time, is get that runner, make him slide, get down. You see the throw bouncing and just unable to get it, but watch Cuddyer. When you come in hard, never really had a chance. Gutierrez pretty good speed down the line, but Twins do get the lead out at first.
And now Peguero
second
has a couple of ground balls to second. One of them drove in a run in the 3rd. Ooh, it was a close play. Gutierrez was shuffling off towards second base. And then he came back in standing up.
Yeah, Gutierrez, good speed. Now, 25 stolen bases in 28 attempts last year. Just gets back.
There's a base hit to left. Gutierrez glides to second base. So first and second. 1 out. Another threat for Seattle. That'll bring up Brendan Ryan. You can follow the Twins with MLB.com at Bat11 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get all the scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text @BAT to 31826 or visit twinsbaseball.com. Here's Brendan Ryan. So a lot of ground ball outs for Pavano. He'd love to get 2 outs on 1 ground ball here if he could. Ball 1. Mariners don't do a lot of that. They do have some speed, of course. They've only grounded into 22 double plays in now 47 games. That's hit well to left. Young over to make the catch. And that's out number 2.
Yeah, second time that Ryan has hit a ball to the warning track in left field.
So now Wilson. Of course, we've told you about Seattle's offensive struggles. They're the only team in the American League with a lower team batting average than the Twins, so they haven't had a lot of base runners aboard. That's one of the main reasons why they haven't grounded into too many double plays. Wilson stayed out of one in the second inning, and it led to the third Seattle run. There's the outside corner.
That's the pitch right there that a lot of times we'll see Pavano when he's on. He will just pepper that plate down and away. Take a look at the location right here. That's the pitch.
Two strikes.
That's the pitch everybody wants to master. That's also the hardest pitch to throw consistently.
It makes a big difference, doesn't it? A pitch where we saw the first one, or a pitch up 4 inches and over 4 inches right down the heart of the plate. 2 strikes to Seattle's second baseman. Wanted to reach across the plate and tap one foul.
Jack Wilson looking at the end of his bat where he made contact with that ball. 33 years old. Coming over from the Pittsburgh Pirate organization in his 3rd season with the Mariners.
Making the transition from shortstop to second base this year. Another nice block by Butera, 1-2. Top of the 7th in Cleveland. Boston leading the Indians 2-1. But the Indians still have 9 outs to go in their home ballpark. Right here, a tie ball game after the Mariners had a 4-1 lead. They're threatening again here in the 5th. And Wilson checks his swing. 2-2. With his control being off, Pavano's tempo has suffered.
Yeah, it looks like he's really fighting himself out there. This is a big pitch right here. You want something to happen. Hopefully Wilson will pop this ball up. You want to go 3-2.
One hop to Morneau, and he'll go to the bag and end the inning.
That'll do it.
5 batters again that Pavano had to face in the inning, but he hangs up a 0 and we're still tied.
Lottery winner's circle with some brand new Minnesota State Lottery tickets for Scott and Deb, who come all the way from Miller, South Dakota. They want you to circle the Hicks from the Sticksburt. These are new Walleye Wealth Lottery tickets that we're going to give to you, Deb. And Bert, I hope you're not mad. Brendan knew Dick last winter pheasant hunting, and they have a nice picture of Scott, Deb, and with you, Dick. So it's nice. They got the number 3 in the hearts and a nice sign, and you've made their night.
Wow. There you go. You are hereby circled.
Well, Robbie, you got to ask him where we ran into each other.
Where'd you run into, Dick?
Orient, South Dakota.
All right.
Do you remember that, Dick?
Yes, I do. At the restaurant there.
Take a lot of pictures.
Yes, at the Orient Bar and Grill.
He says he remembers you at the Bar and Grill.
Wonderful. Yes, that's where we were. Yeah.
That surprised me. Another bar.
The effect you have on people, Dick, they love you here. You're a hero in South Dakota.
Well, I love South Dakotans. That was a fun night. And it was right before some of the most frigid pheasant hunting I've ever done in my life. Miller, South Dakota, just a little bit west of Wessington and Woolsey, and a little bit further west from Huron, South Dakota. Jason Kubel, 2 strikes, leading off the Twins, 5th inning, just off the corner.
Yeah, those that young couple right there got the Walleye Wealth tickets, $5 tickets that.
Is that right?
So if they got $100 worth, how many tickets did they get?
20.
Very good.
God rest her soul, Mrs. Clatterbunk is proud of you tonight. Kubel swings and misses, and that's the first out of the 5th inning.
And Vargas picking just up his 2nd strikeout. He got Trevor Plouffe in the 1st inning. Pretty good change up here. Kubel way out front.
So 1 gone in the 5th. Here's Justin Morneau. A ground ball and a fly ball so far for Justin. And he takes ball 1. Three, 4, and 5 hitters facing Vargas. And the number 3 hitter's already been taken care of.
Oh, great grab by a fan here. He jumped up and barehanded it. High fives all around.
1-1 to Morneau. Just off the corner, 2-1. Two and two. To right at Suzuki, number 2. Yesterday, some serious weather a little bit north of here in North Minneapolis. Tornadoes ripped through the neighborhoods of North Minneapolis, St. Louis Park, Golden Valley, and Fridley. And thoughts of all in Twins territory are with those affected by the storms. You can help. Go to redcrosstc.org or the salvationarmy.org to donate and help those in need. Here's Kadire taking a strike at the knee.
Yeah, our thoughts and prayers go out to all those that were affected by the tornado.
1 strike to Kadire. To right center. Toward the gap. Hit one ops the wall, and Kadire with a double. And boy, that's a great sign for Michael to see him get some hits to that gap. When he's going well, like most hitters, he can drive the ball hard to the opposite field.
And well, usually when you hit this ball too, it keeps drifting toward right field. Watch this ball right here. It just keeps slicing away from Gutierrez. And he has to play it off the wall, right off of Harmon Killebrew's signature. And for Kadire, his 5th double of the year.
So the Twins trying to make some noise here with 2 outs. Jim Thome with 1 out in the 4th made a lot of noise. He hit one 465 feet. One of the longest home runs hit here. Carl Willis jogs to the mound. Thome still in my book, and I don't know what it was measured at has to have hit the longest home run I've seen hit here earlier this year when he went over the batter's eye in center field.
They said about 480, I believe, was it not?
That, you know, hitting the top of the flagpole, that's pretty impressive last year when he did that. Right. The game winner against Matt Thornton went a long ways, probably about where his home run tonight landed. But that thing to center early in the season was just a titanic shot. So Conyers at second. Twins haven't had a lead in this game. And Thome up there to change that. And he takes a fastball, a strike. Do we have to talk real loudly to Robbie Ince-Mikowski to find out where he's at?
Well, no, I hear you loud and clear, but I'm standing right where the ball landed. This is what 465 feet looks like in Jim Thome feet. And I'm actually about maybe 15-20 steps from like Target Plaza. It's pretty unbelievable. Right by the Leinenkugels people out here. People getting beer and peanuts, having a good time. But this is where the ball landed. I can't even see what's going on in the field right now. That's how far he hit it.
I was going to say, Robbie, just walk back about 20 feet and see if they let you back in.
I'll let you know how that goes.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me see. Hey, will you let me back in?
1-1 to Thome.
Oh, they just said yes, Bert. Sorry.
1-2. You got to pitch up around the belt. Yep. Fouled it back.
Again, you know, someone that stood out there many years, and when you see a hitter do what Thome did right there, you don't want to throw that pitch there again. He fouled it straight back. Carl Willis, I'm sure, went out to talk to him. If you're going to, you know, throw him a fastball, you better get it off the plate. Like that, and just missing.
And as we've talked about Pavano missing that spot a number of times again tonight, particularly now in the middle innings, Vargas has missed that spot.
Yeah, both these starters have used a lot of pitches. Right now, Vargas had 89 pitches, Pavano 88 through his first 5 innings of work.
2-2 to Thome. He's already hit home run number 592 tonight. Full count. First base open, Delmon Young on deck. It was a 3-2 pitch in the 4th inning that Thome creamed one over the seating area in right field. Tapped it foul. Vargas ready, and another 3-2 coming to Jim Thome. Takes ball 4, and Delmon Young will have a chance with 2 men aboard.
Well, there's that veteran leadership right there by Jim Thome, taking the close pitch. Again, great eye at the plate.
Ron Gardenhire saying that throughout the Seattle series he expects to start Thome in all 3 games.
Well, again, you know, you go to that pitch right there, you get a young kid and he might be saying, I want to be the hero right there, I'm going to swing at that pitch. But Thome's had so many major league at bats, such a good eye, that you know what, you have to pick up each other. Hopefully Delmon Young can pick up the runner right here.
Breaks a curve over the outside corner, strike 1. Two strikes.
A good changeup right there.
So he took a breaking pitch for strike 1, then got a changeup and swung through it for strike 2. Aaron Laffey warming up in the Seattle bullpen.
Yeah, Seattle carrying 11 pitchers. Laffey, the only left-hander out of that bullpen.
2 strikes to Young. Lace to left, a base hit. Cuddyer around third. He is going to score. And the Twins take the lead on a Delmon Young single.
Well, there's a little bit of that leadership, Dick, I was talking about with Jim Thome. Taking that 3-2 pitch, that was pretty close. You know, a lot of guys, young kids, would swing at that. You have to rely on the next guy to hopefully pick you up and pick up that RBI, and that's exactly what Delmon did right here. So 2 outs, the Twins get a double from Cuddyer, the big walk to Jim Thome, and now the RBI single by Delmon Young. And the Twins take a 5-4 lead.
For the first time in a week and a half, a Seattle starter has been knocked out before completing 7 innings. Vargas leaves with 2 outs in the 5th, and the Twins enjoying their first lead.
Vargas just leaving at clocked as high as 90. Pavano at 91.
And Aaron Laffey, another guy that Eric Wedge is quite familiar with, having managed him in Cleveland, comes out of the Seattle bullpen.
Yeah, in his first season with Seattle, last 4 with the Indians, making his 15th appearance. Again, the only left-hander out there, doing a very good job. He's a guy that former starter. He can go deep into the ball game, give you 3-4 innings at a time. Laffey's a guy that has to hit his spots. He's not overpowering. He's in the upper 80s with a fastball, slider, very good changeup. Thome at second base, Delmon Young at first. 2 outs for Danny Valencia.
And Valencia takes one at the knees, a strike. Looks back at Ed Rapuano.
Yeah, that pitch at 85 miles an hour. Again, not overpowering, but excellent control.
Right back to the mound, and an easy play for Laffey. And that ends the inning, but not until the Twins get a couple of hits and a walk and take their first lead of the game.
cooling systems forecast with the Mariners at the Twins. Well, we'll have partly cloudy skies throughout the game. It's just going to be a little bit cooler. First pitch temperature around 64 with the winds out of the east.
Hey, for late May, that's about perfect, isn't
That's
it?
beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry you were here by circle. Well, Carl Pavano starting his 6th inning of work, 88 pitches, 58 for strikes. He's been able to get 10 ground ball outs, Dick, only 3 fly ball outs. A couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts. Got the lead right now, so important to do what he did the last couple innings. Put a 0 on the board.
Bouncer to short. And Kloof over to Morneau, 1 away. It'd be nice if he could just face 3 guys once.
Yeah, well, believe me.
5 guys in the first. You face 6 men in the second, 5 in the third, 5 in the fourth, 5 in the fifth.
You go back to the bench and you're just thinking, and I know Pavano same way. Come on, just do a 1, 2, 3 inning one time. I'm tired of pitching out of the stretch.
White Sox lost to the Rangers 4-0. John Dax took the loss. 10 starts, no wins for the very, very good left-handed starter for the White Sox. It's now what, 0-7? And again, I mean, he gave up a couple of runs, but he just doesn't get any run support. And now Cuddyer flips to Morneau, out number 2. Arby's and Fox Sports North giving you a chance to win a trip for 2 to Fort Myers, Florida. Pick up an Arby's It's Good Mood Food Code card every Friday at any participating Arby's. Then log on to foxsportsnorth.com, click on the Fan Zone tab, and enter the code for the chance to win. To enter, you must be a member of the Fan Zone, and you must be 18 years or older. Visit foxsportsnorth.com for complete contest details. If you can't vote, you can't win. Sean Figgins with a 1-0 count. And a strike.
Get this guy out right here, and you'll see Pavano go out for the 7th. Good change up there.
1-2.
Previous pitch, 88-mile-an-hour fastball, pulls the string at about 82. That's better right there. That's a good delivery for Pavano.
Butera can't hang on to the foul tip.
You know, Dick, sometimes, you know, we talked about Pavano, about his, you know, he says he's starting to feel better in a groove. Sometimes you just have to go out and pitch it off, pitch it out, you know, just have to be out there. Sometimes when you have short starts, you know, you just can't work on anything.
The pitching equivalent of Harmon Killebrew's advice, keep swinging, right? Just keep pitching.
You have to.
2-2 to Figgins with smoke on deck. In search of career win number 100. And Pavano started that walk to the dugout but missed inside.
Yeah, he thought he had that fastball right there. That's a good fastball right there.
Full count to Figgins. Bounce left side. Valencia sets.
There you go. There's your 1, 2, 3.
3 ground ball outs, and Pavano and Rapuano have a little chat about the prior pitch. North is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. By AT&T. And by Comcast. Call Comcast Business Class at 800-391-3000 to turn your business into a fast business. Twins with the lead. Aaron Laffey will face Drew Butera, Denard Span, and Trevor Plouffe. And first pitch fastball and strike one. Butera singled in the third. It'll line out to left fielder Higuero in the fourth. Seen Butera bunt a couple of times for hits. Threatens to bunt, takes a ball, 1-1. Seems like this is the first comfortable night weather-wise that we've had this year. And there's plenty of baseball to be played here yet. Twins have,
do you think?
played just 15 home games before tonight.
Yeah, I don't like those 2 games sets that we had in Seattle and Oakland. My goodness, that's hard on the players. You know, in Oakland, you unpack one night and you pack the next night, ready to go again.
See, I never even did that. I didn't get my toothbrush out or anything.
Oh, we know that.
Bouncer to short. Butera retired. There's a stretch of games starting on June 9th after this next road trip we go on. From June 9th to July 24th, the Twins play just 10 road games.
Yep.
So it all, evens out in the end.
It has to, because there's 81 games on the road and 81 here.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. The Twins, after the next road trip, we have a 10-game homestand, then a 9-game homestand, and then an 11-game homestand.
Very nice.
So 1 down, and here's Denard Span. He's had 3 really good at bats.
Oh, watch out.
And a foul right over the Seattle on deck circle. Span homered in the first inning after the Twins fell behind early 2-0. And then he walked in the third, drove in a run with a single in the fourth. His single, a big one, because it came with 2 outs and tied the game. Strike 2. So Span started the day 2 good games away from the 300 mark. He's kicked the average up 9 points already. And back to the mound. Out number 2. The Minnesota Twins and the Killebrew family invite you to celebrate the amazing life and times of Hall of Famer Harmon Killebrew Thursday at 7. You can relive great memories and moments for one of the greatest sports heroes in Minnesota history. Target Field will be open to the public, and all are welcome Thursday at 7. I'll be co-emceeing it with John Gordon, and I can honestly tell you, as we have television coverage Thursday night, it'll be one of the great honors of my life to be a part of that ceremony.
I felt the same way when I spoke at his funeral, Dick, and I wrote about that, a tribute to Harmon Killebrew, on my website at burkle11.com. It should be posted tonight, so get a chance to take a look at it. How do you say thank you and enough about Harmon Killebrew and what he meant to so many people?
Just looking around Target Field here tonight, you see fans of at least 4 generations, I suppose. And all 4 of them touched in one way, shape, or form by Harmon, his performance here. If you're my age or a little older, Harmon helped introduce the whole region to Major League Baseball. 2 strikes to Plouffe. Hit the ball hard as last time, up to center fielder Gutierrez in center. And now on the ground to Jack Wilson. And Laffey has a 1-2-3 6th inning. the Twins with a lead.
Well, home runs so far. I mean, Jack Cusk put the Mariners on the board. A 2-run home run in the first inning. Then Denard Span dropping a barrel of bat, hitting his second home run on the year. Made it a 2-1 ball game. Jim Thome, home run 592 now. Clobbered one. A 2-run home run in the fourth. And then Michael Kadire with 2 outs, a double, a walk to Thome, an RBI single by Delman Young puts the Twins up 5-4.
Hey, you were right. Oh, Pavano had a 1-2-3 6th, and he's out there now for the 7th.
Well, that doesn't surprise me about this guy.
Popped up. And most of Pavano's outs have come on the ground. Plouffe with the catch here and a quick first out of the 7th.
Yeah, 13 ground ball outs for Pavano. That's his 4th fly ball out.
One gone. Here's Jack Cusk.
You know, these are the innings that kind of help you because you're a little tired. You know, the pitch count right at 100, and you know what now you get back to pitching again. You know, sometimes you're a little bit too strong. This is what he needs. Go deeper in the ball game. This is what he did so well last year, Dick. I mean, he's a type of leader on a pitching staff that can take some burden off of that bullpen.
Twins have the off day on Thursday, so Pavano's next start will be moved back a day anyway. So,
well, we said the same thing about Baker. You know, trying to get through the 6th inning, but it didn't happen. There's a good fastball there.
See, now in Chicago with the White Sox, they're doing something different. They're going with a 6-man rotation, and they're watching to see how these guys react, getting that extra work or that extra day.
I don't like it.
And it applies here. I didn't expect that you'd like it. But it kind of applies here because that's the situation the Twins find themselves in now with Kevin Slowey. Here's a swing and a miss, and Custa's gone out number 2.
They're finally able to get this guy out. His 3rd strikeout. Good changeup right there. Well, you know what? The Twins have to decide what they're going to do with Kevin Slowey. I mean, he's been on a disabled list. Gardy said, you know, he's not, you know, he can't pitch tonight because he's still, even though I had the MRI today, everything was negative. Gardy said, I cannot have a reliever sitting out in the bullpen that takes 2 innings to warm up.
No. But, I mean, not that the Twins would consider a 6-man rotation, but that's the only way he would fit in here because they're not going to take Pavano, Liriano, Blackburn, Baker, or Dunsing out of the rotation.
I think it'll look really good down in Rochester in that rotation.
Pulled foul. It's a novel approach that the White Sox are trying, though.
I'm sorry, Dick. In the way I feel, you know what? Everybody's in this ship rowing together, and I'm going to go with Tom Kelly said. You're all rowing the same way, and there's some guys that maybe want to get off. Well, you let them get off.
And apparently that's what the recommendation is going to be, or has been, from the field staff to the general manager. On the Chicago side, the guy who's really gummed it up has been Philip Humber, who's pitched so well in place of Jake Peavy. Now Peavy's back, and they don't want to take Humber out of the rotation. 2 strikes to Gutierrez. Grounded to 3rd. Valencia with a nice pickup. Pavano with back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings. And the 7th inning took just 9 pitches. Time for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Meta. Apparently turned the game over to the bullpen, but he's in position to finally win game number 100.
I tell you what, those last 2 innings, you keep the video on that right there, Dick. That's Carl Pavano that we remember last year. You know, that's where he got some ground ball outs. 14 ground ball outs here tonight. Only 4 fly ball outs with his 3 strikeouts. Talking to Rick Anderson.
Giving up 9 hits, and in the first 5 innings, it was kind of a pig wrestle for Pavano, but the last couple innings very good. Here is Laffey facing Kubel. The pitch rolled to short, backhanded by Ryan, and Kubel with an 0 for 4 night.
Well, Laffey is retired now. All 5 batters on ground ball outs, so he's come in and done a very good job.
Pepsi Max in-game box score. Span with a good day.
Well, you know, it's nice to see right there the lower part of the lineup when, you know, Justin Morneau and maybe Michael, you know, I mean, Jason Kubel, you know, not having the best of nights. Other guys pick them up.
Here's Morneau. He's 0 for 3. And strike 1. Morneau with a ground ball deflected by the pitcher to the shortstop in the first inning. And a couple of flies to right. He's hit a couple of them just off the end of the bat.
I like it when, you know, Anderson and the starting pitcher, they always kind of go over and, you know, what to take into next start. Talk about the good things about what happened here tonight. And I'm sure they talked about, you know, at the beginning it was struggling to let some balls up. We showed it. Too many down the heart of the plate. But boy, did he make the adjustment from the 5th inning on.
1 and 2.
Pavano retired the last 8 batters he faced.
Foul back. We got a matchup here. The Mariners with a very good pitching staff, 2nd in the league. The Twins coming into the game last in the American League in team ERA, just under 5. 1 and 2 to Morneau.
Well, he took that ball out of the catcher's glove.
Hasn't homered here this year yet. One and 2. Aaron Laffey to Justin Morneau. Swing. Did he go? Nope. 2 and 2.
You know, Justin's not happy where he's at right now as far as the average at 232, but you have to credit Justin. He's battled through this, and believe me, as the summer goes on, he's going to get stronger and better and better. Perry Castellano saying almost all his weight is back now. You know, from where he lost, 15 pounds.
Yeah.
He tried to make sure that he eats. He works very hard. He's a lot of time on the exercise bike. Once you lose weight, sometimes during the season, it's hard to put it back on.
3-2 pitch chipped into short left field. Figgins in foul ground makes the catch, out number 2. Get behind the scenes at Target Field by taking a tour of the best ballpark in America. Public and private tours and school field trips are all a possibility. You can log on to twinsbaseball.com or call 800-33-TWINS. Reserve your Target Field tour this spring. Now, you were remarking about how we've kind of dressed up the place here a little bit in our booth.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a booth.
Yeah?
I mean, a nice booth.
Some more artwork that we've hung.
Well, you finally got your picture that you were talking about with the dogs playing poker.
Dogs playing poker, yep. I hung that up. Kanayer with a big 2-out double in the 5th. He cracked one to the gap in right center field. Then Thome drew a big walk. And Delman Young with a big single.
And I have a picture back here with me playing poker with dogs.
Somebody where they photoshopped you in instead of one of the dogs.
Yeah. Well, I am a dog. But I had a pretty good hand.
See, and back here we have the picture of the dogs playing baseball.
And we have the other dogs over there.
Where's our booth?
A lot of dogs around.
Say, we've got.
Look at that. Looks pretty good.
Come on into our living room sometime on a tour. Just pick up after yourself, right?
Well, believe me, this looks a lot better than where we came from.
See, in the booth at the Dome, I swear, I spilled a cup of coffee in 1983. And I could still see the stain when we left there 2 years ago. 1-2 to Cuddyer. And a pop-up. And that'll spin back into the seats. Cuddyer trying to get aboard here in the 7th. Give Thome another chance to maybe poke one out of here.
Well, in the 5th inning, Cuddyer got that double, then the walk, and then Delmon Young knocked in so far the go-ahead run with 2 outs.
Now 2-2.
That against Jason Vargas. Aaron Laffey's retired all 6 batters he's had to face so far.
Saw Joe Nathan warming up in the Twins bullpen. He is the 8th inning guy now that Glenn Perkins is gone. That's a bouncer to third, and that's a fair ball. Figgins pulls Smoke off the bag. And Cuddyer, after a long at bat, will get an infield hit. Now Figgins looking at home plate umpire Ed Rapuano and then looking over his shoulder to Brian Onora, but that's Rapuano's call.
Right, that's a home plate umpire's call until that ball goes past the third base bag. And watch Figgins come in. It's kind of a swinging bunt. And Figgins getting that ball in front of the bag. And the throw a little on the infield side. And that pulls Smoke off the bag.
Well, you can see the ball, the hop right before the ball bounced into Figgins' glove was right on the baseline. Here's Thome, who hit a 2-run home run in the 4th. And not so sure that that walk he drew in the 5th wasn't almost as big as the home run.
Right.
A long plate appearance, and he ended up coaxing a walk on a close pitch. That's hit well to left field. Figueroa going back, and it's gone. Number 593.
Well, you think the Twins missed this guy? As they change the number in center field. His second 2-run home run of the game, his 4th of the year. Taking it the other way.
Welcome back. Seven to 4. The Twins lead by 3, and here's Delmon Young. So with 2 outs, Cuddyer gets a scratch single up the third baseline, and Thome homers to left. 1-1.
You know, Dick, when Harmon passed away on Tuesday, we were in Seattle. The final score was 2-1, equals 3. Both teams had 3 hits. Jim Thome just hit his 593rd home run. The number 3.
Third home run the Twins have hit tonight. The power surge continues.
Right.
And Young fouls it off his front leg.
Dave Prumer, the trainer, one of the 3 trainers here, coming out to see if Delmon's okay. Take a look at this right here. Ouch.
Right off the shin
bone.
bone.
Boy. You see a lot of hitters use that pad that they'll put down on that left leg if you're a right-handed hitter. Boy, that hits squarely in that shin area.
When you think the force of the ball off the bat and off the part of your body, there's no padding. It's just, got a layer of skin and the bone. What happened to Jermaine Dye a couple years ago, to me, it's always amazing that hasn't happened more often. Now Laffey, as he's now patrolling behind the mound, is going, now the last thing I want to do is pitch this guy down and in. I don't want that to happen.
You know this is going to be a slider down and in. For Jim Thome, that's his 47th career multi-home run game.
One and two. And he got him on the outside corner. So the Twins get a 2-out single and a second home run tonight by Jim Thome. And they lead by 3.
North is brought to you by McDonald's. Right now, you can get 20 crispy chicken McNuggets for just $4.99 at McDonald's. And the new Quest 5-year price lock promise. Visit quest.com/promise for details.
Well, Judy Hansel, you're in there. You are there celebrating your 40th birthday. You are hereby circled. Girls' night out at Target Field. Yes, we will. We'll never forget you, Harmon.
3 home runs for the Twins, 2 of them by Jim Thome, and a 3-run lead with Joe Nathan coming out of the pen to pitch to the Mariners in the 8th.
Well, good job by Carl Pavano hanging in there. You know, he was down 4-1. The Twins offense picked him up. He's got a chance to win his 3rd ball game if Joe Nathan and maybe Matt Capps do their job.
1 strike. This has been such an Achilles heel for the Twins this year, this 8th inning. And Glenn Perkins had settled into that role. Of course, he's out for at least a couple of weeks. Talked to Glenn today. He said it feels a lot better today than he thought it would. The pulled oblique muscle. Jason Repko activated today along with Jim Thome. And Repko in the ball game. Casilla in at second. And Michael Cuddyer out of the ball game. So Nathan, who started the year as the 9th inning pitcher, now has gravitated toward the 8th inning, partly out of necessity, but also partly because I think he's kind of found a spark he's riding right now.
I mean, Joe's going back to when he first came to the big leagues with the Giants. He was kind of that guy for Rob Nen, remember, with the Giants before he became the closer.
Swing and a miss. Gutierrez with a block and the throw, 1 down. More late inning magic for the Indians. They've scored a couple of runs in the 8th. They're leading Boston 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th.
Oh, good hard-breaking ball. Way to finish that pitch right there, Joe Nathan. And he picks up a strikeout.
1 gone. Brendan Ryan will hit.
Yeah, Cleveland, unbelievable at home this year. They are 18-4 coming into tonight's ball game in Cleveland.
And they lost their first 2 home games to the White Sox. Ryan 1 for 3, a single and a couple of flies to the warning track and left. Strike 1. And a breaking pitch missing. Now, we've seen Nathan, over the course of the season so far, the velocity picking up a little bit, but now it seems to be settling in 92, 93 miles per hour, the top end.
If you hit your spot, that's exactly, I mean, that's fine. You know, I mean, he used to throw 93, 94. You're not talking that much difference as far as velocity. Now, just hit your spots.
At 93, he throws as hard as Matt Capps, right? I mean, Capps is usually around 93, and as Capps himself found out the other day, you throw it down the middle, really ugly things can happen.
Well, it's the 9 walks. I know there's 2 intentional and 15 innings pitched. That's too many for Nathan.
And he's got a 3-1 count now to Ryan with Wilson on deck.
Make him swing the bat right here.
And he does to fill the count. I suppose 93, 95. At 95, you can get away with a mistake, right? But at 93, those mistakes come back to haunt you.
That's why, you know, you have to hit your spots. Right here, I'm sure, you know, he's going to try to go fastball away. Watch Butera. Now, he did throw that 3-2 curveball, you know, to Mark Ellis in Oakland. I think that surprised everybody.
3-2 pitch and a sharp single to right.
And he ended up striking him out. Ryan gets his second hit of the ball game. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
There's Jack Wilson. Reached in a fielder's choice, stole a base, scored a run in the second. Since then, a couple of ground balls. Swing and a miss.
Good slider there by Nathan.
Runner goes, and the pitch lifted foul into the seats. Something Nathan's going to have to pay some close attention to as well. The runners have been teams have been running a little bit on Joe this year.
Well, he doesn't utilize that slide step. He'll bring that left knee up, and that allows that runner 1 or 2 extra steps. Once in a while he'll do it, but normally, you know, he'll try to get to that balance point by getting that left knee up like that.
Just off the plate, and Butera shakes his mitt at him like, that's it. That's where we wanted it. Took a pretty good job by Wilson to not swing at that pitch.
Well, straight over the top. Good fastball.
Fox Tracks brought to you by Carrier.
There's a breaking ball right here.
Kicks away from Butera, who blocked a whole bunch of pitches when Pavano was in trouble in the middle innings. And this one kicks away. It'll be a wild pitch, allowing Ryan to go to second.
Yeah, for Nathan, his first wild pitch of the year. Butera tried everything to knock it down, but the ball had a lot of spin on it.
Two and two. Roller to short. Plouffe waited too long. Could see him double clutch in his glove, and it'll be an infield hit. Now the Mariners get the tying run of the play.
Well, we talked about Wilson's speed in the first inning when he stayed out of that double play and later scored. And right here, just to softly hit that ball in the infield, and Plouffe double clutch. They'll give him an infield base hit. Ball that needs to be played and made right there. Wilson hustling down that line.
So now Adam Kennedy will hit in the number 9 spot. As the Mariners put together a couple of hits, and it will be a hit. And that's a ground ball where an out's got to be made.
Right.
Kennedy with some pop in his bat. He has the classic uppercut swing. And if he intersects with a Nathan pitch, he's in position here to tie the ball game up.
Well, Kennedy 1 for 5 as a pinch hitter.
Ball 1. Caps warming up with this 3-run lead suddenly in jeopardy. And Wilson, who's flashed his speed a couple of times in the ball game, going down to first. He stole second in the second inning, and Nathan wants to keep an eye on him here. Want to know. .105 at bats. Kennedy hasn't bounced into a double play yet.
Well, what you need right here is an out.
2-0.
Bates at third base, going through signs. Rick Anderson watching.
And Nathan falling behind 3-0. Ichiro on deck.
That's why I say you need an out right here out of Kennedy. Sacrifice fly, doesn't matter, just get an out. Ground ball out. Now you have to come all the way back. You have to make him swing the bat.
18 pitches for Nathan, only half of them strikes. And a strike that hits the corner. Kennedy at first, taking all the way. Mariners had a 4-1 lead. The Twins covered up that 3-run deficit. Now the Mariners trying to cover up a 3-run deficit late. Strike 2.
And you have to almost do it again right here. The same thing. Make him swing the bat. Now behind 3-0. Now 2 strikes.
And that's where Nathan has to live at 91 miles per hour, right on the edges of the strike zone. Full count. See if Wilson takes off here. He goes. And a base hit to right. Ryan's going to score, and Wilson's going to gain third base. So Kennedy works the count full. And 3 straight singles, although 1 should have been an out. And here comes Ron Gardenhire to ask Matt Capps to get 5 outs.
Well, fell behind. He has to come in with another fastball, and Kennedy looking for it. pulling that ball in the right field.
And so Matt Capps comes into the 8th inning with the tying run at first and 1 out.
And hey, have ups and downs, and Joe Nathan will fight through it. He will.
Matt Capps brought into the 8th inning for the 2nd appearance in a row. Gave up the grand slam. Kelly Johnson in Phoenix. This a little bit different situation. He had to get loose on the game mound coming in for the injured Glenn Perkins. Here he's not in an ideal situation. He's got to face Ichiro with the tying run at first and 1 away.
Well, one thing about Matt Capps, he throws strikes. Only 1 walk for Capps in 21 1/3 innings pitched.
Lifted foul into the seat, strike 1. One strike to Ichiro. Down and in. And it's 1-1. Mariners hadn't scored since the 3rd inning. And another foul over the Seattle dugout. 1-2. Cleveland beat Boston 3-2. Detroit beat Tampa Bay 6-3. Texas beat Chicago 4-0. Kansas City idle. So the top 2 teams in the division have already won. And the Twins can ill afford to fall any further behind either Detroit or Cleveland. 1-2 to Ichiro.
You know, Dick, Twins are really at the point now where they are 14.5 games, you know, in last place, 15-30. That, you know, they can't worry about Cleveland and Detroit. They need to worry about what they're doing right here, and that's hopefully win series. You're not going to put a 15-game winning streak together, but you can win series, and that's what the Twins need to try to start doing.
A lot easier to win the series when you win the first game.
Right.
1-2. .95 across Suzuki's ankles.
Tough guy to double up, of course, and he has hit into 2 double plays this year.
Two and two. Eleven times he's struck out this year. And 194 at bats. His walk to start the ball game, just his 18th of the season. Another 2-2 from Matt Capps. Soft line drive, and they'll get the force at second. That's all they'll get. The ball that nearly hit the second base bag.
Yeah, it looked like Trevor Plouffe could have caught that ball. Instead, he played back and let that ball fall in front of him. And a run's going to score. Watch the height. If he comes in, he probably catches that ball. They do get the force out at second base, but no chance to make the double play.
So 2 runs are in, both charged to Nathan. Runner at first, 2 outs, and here's Sean Figgins.
Ichiro gets an RBI for that. His 17th of the year. That ball's got to be caught right there.
I think if there's one criticism, at least Ron Gardenhire has made to us about Trevor Plouffe, is playing back on ground balls. Now, we saw that maybe in the Jack Wilson ground ball, not taking a sharp, aggressive angle on the ground ball, and Wilson consequently gets an infield hit, but maybe the same thing at play there.
Yeah, for some reason he just waited for that ball to fall in rather than, I mean, he dives for that ball right there. He may get a double play because, the runner at first, Kennedy, may have, been halfway.
At any rate, if the ball's caught in the air, the runner from third doesn't come in.
Exactly.
1-1 to Figgins. Ichiro at first. Capps needs to be aware of him because he now represents the tying run. And there's a throw. 1-1 to Figgins. 2-1. Well, between Capps and Nathan, they've thrown over 30 pitches here this inning. Two and one to Figgins. Drilled to right. Kubel with the catch to end the inning. Couple back for the Mariners, and it's a 1-run game.
Mariners at Target Field. We've got a great post-game show coming your way as well. It's Quest Twins Live featuring the Toyota post-game wrap. Thomey's on target. We'll talk about Jim Thomey's return from the disabled list that includes home runs number 592 and 593 of his Hall of Fame career. The 4-6-3 double players are instructional tonight with Roy Smalley, Burt Blyleven, and Anthony LaPanta, plus Gardy's post-game press conference. What does he think about Jim Thomey's night tonight and Carl Pavano's performance on the mound? You will find out if you watch Quest Twins Live, Dick Kramer.
All right, very good. Twins find themselves in a one-run game now. They're leading.
Yeah, Chris Ray coming into the ballgame, making his 11th appearance. This guy, remember back in Baltimore, back in the early, 2005-06, he was a closer. Then he went through the Tommy John surgery in 2007, and it's been a battle for him to get back to the major leagues. Came to spring training with the Mariners as a non-roster invitee and made the club.
Miguel Olivo doing the catching with Jimenez being lifted for a pinch hitter. Swing and a miss, 2 strikes. Valencia, Butera, and Span here in the bottom of the 8th. And a called 3rd strike. I heard Ed Rapuano say it. The gesture didn't come till later. And a pitch that looked outside from up here is a called 3rd strike.
Let's take a look, see what Fox Track says. Oh, that's a strike. And a sweeping slider.
So now Butera, who's 1 for 3. Strike 1. Butera singled up the middle in the 3rd, lined out to left in the 4th, and then bounced to short in the 6th.
You see the herky-jerky type delivery for Ray back in 2006. He saved 33 ball games for the Orioles. Next year, started off the season well, then ran into elbow problems, had the surgery. Good changeup right there. And Ray picks up his 2nd straight strikeout.
The Twins discovering their power stroke.
Yeah, 12 home runs over the last 5 ball games, 3 here tonight. Bernard Span got the Twins on the board in the 1st inning with his 2nd home run of the year. And Mr. Thomey, a couple of 2-run home runs.
Oh, Ray pumping strikes in there. He's got 2 strikeouts and strike 1 on the next batter on a total of 7 pitches. You can't do any better than that.
I don't think you can.
And Span drives it sharply up the middle for his 3rd hit tonight.
Oh, pitch down, Span. Look at that, almost ankle high. He's dropping a barrel of the bat up the middle.
Here's Trevor Plouffe, 0 for 4 at the plate.
See if Span tries to get in the scoring position. And
Ray,
he was leaning a little bit.
Ray, who kind of slings the ball toward home plate, does the same thing to first base. Just missing ball 1. One and 0 to Trevor Plouffe. And Span goes. Olivo from his knees. Not in time. And a stolen base for Span.
Yeah, Span gets his 4th stolen base of the year. Got a good jump, and then you mentioned, Dick, look at Ray right there. with that long arm. Oliva from his knees. One hops Wilson, but Span gets into scoring position. Twins would like to get an insurance run right here.
2-0 to Plouffe. Two and one. Plouffe has hit the ball hard once. He lined out to the center fielder in the fourth. He's got some big 2-out hits in the seventh to score a couple of runs. Ooh, Olivo really got hit in the mask. Go ahead and talk to Ray about that one.
Yeah, definitely got crossed up there. Yeah, you're looking breaking ball right there. Got the fastball, able to put the glove up and at least deflect it.
He kept Span at second base. Now it's 3-1. That pitch wasn't too bad of a pitch. Could have been called a strike. Bouncer to left side. Ryan fires across to end the inning. Go to the ninth. It's a one-run game. Denard Span's had himself quite a night at the plate. A home run to start a Twins comeback, and now they're leading by a run.
Yeah, he and Jim Thome have helped put 7 runs on the board for the Twins. Let's see if Matt Katz can close it out right here.
Justin Smoak will lead off the ninth. Ground ball base hit will start the ninth inning. Capps got the last 2 outs of the eighth, but the final out off the bat of Figgins was a line drive. This a hot ground ball up the middle for a leadoff single. And now Jack Cust homered in the first inning with a man aboard. Since then he's singled, scored, walked, struck out.
And Saunders taking over Michael Saunders at first base as a pinch runner for Smoak. If the Twins win this ball game, Dick, you know it's not going to be easy. What the heck?
Nothing has been this year, that's for sure. Swing and a miss. As we said in Seattle, Jack Cust typically will do one of 3 things. He will strike out. He does that a lot. He walks a lot. And he used to hit home runs a lot. His home run in the first inning, his first of the year, in 135 at bats.
1-1. His strikeout in the 7th is 49th of the season, and 137 at bats. Foul back, 1-2.
Well, against Carl Pavano in the first inning with 2 outs after that leadoff walk to Suzuki. He took the pitch into the bullpen area for his first home run. That gave the Mariners an early 2-1 lead.
Of course, at stake here is Pavano's 100th career win. 1-2 to Cust. Two and two. Camp's trying to do here what he was asked to do under pretty harsh circumstances Saturday night in Phoenix. That is, get through the 8th and then get through the 9th with the lead. Never had the chance in Phoenix. 2-2.
Now Saunders at first base, 3 stolen bases in 4 attempts. Twins throw over.
Two and two to Jack Cust. Time call.
See, that's not right. I don't think a hitter has. He shouldn't call time right there because Katz was in the stretch position.
Well, he held the ball for a long time.
That doesn't matter. See, everything for the hitters. Katz is a reliever, does hold the ball a long time.
Saunders goes, swing on and miss. Gutierrez throw, not in time. So Cust strikes out, but Saunders swipes a bag and the tying run at second.
That got a pretty good jump right there. Jack Cust does strike out for the second time in a ball game. You see Saunders jump. Gutierrez, good strong throw. Plouffe, once he applied the tag, his foot was already on the bag.
You can see Caps with that big leg kick, and you can imagine Saunders timing that through all the other pitches and finally taking off. So he's at second with 1 out, and here's Gutierrez. 1 for 4, a double. Hit sharply to the gap in right center. Back in the 3rd inning. Down the middle. Strike 1. Lifted to right, and a long run for Jason Kubel. A foul ball. Back into the seats. Kubel playing Gutierrez over in right center field, and he had a lot of ground to cover to make sure that ball didn't land in fair territory. 2 strikes.
I know it's late in the ball game, Dick, but that Jack Wilson hit, they took that hit away. It's an error on Plouffe. That in the 8th inning.
One where he double clutched?
Right.
Okay.
I think that's the right call.
Well, I think that'll make both runs unearned against Nathan. Well, will it not? Instead of earned runs.
Yes.
It's 1-2.
Doesn't make Nathan feel any better. He's pretty upset at not performing the way that he expected he should.
Saunders at second with one away. Came inside and got a foul ball. .21 pitches for Capps. Again, he had to get the last 2 outs of the 8th inning. And he's got 2 more to get here in the 9th. Nervously pacing. One and 2 to Gutierrez. Wastes a breaking pitch. Capps went down and away with a slider. Gutierrez was able to flip it foul.
The way that he reached out for that ball right there, Dick, says that he's got pretty good plate coverage. See if they go hard inside right here. Again, if you're going to go in, you have to make sure you get it inside. Take a look at the reach that he does right here. This ball's off the plate, maybe about, 6 inches? See what Buterin talked about right here with Matt Capps. What are they going to try to do?
Another 1-2.
Another pitch away.
Gutierrez lines it foul. Hard pressed to conclude it in this at bat after what we've seen, but Gutierrez does strike out a lot. The last 4 years with Seattle, 122 strikeouts, 137 strikeouts, and now Rick Anderson with the phone call down to the bullpen. The pitch count starting to mount for Capps at 23. Anthony Swarzak will start to get loose. 1 and 2 to Gutierrez.
There they go. Get in it in.
And he did with that pitch what he did 4 pitches ago.
Yeah, he didn't get it in far enough. Still got the barrel of the bat out. Watch Butera get in. Get in there. Get in there. Yeah. Just, I mean, you're only talking maybe 3 or 4 inches of getting that ball in there to maybe jam him.
But all these fouls on the pitches over here and back in here has extended the at-bat to the point where Capps makes a mistake. Now Gutierrez is in position to do something with it. This has been a good at-bat for Gutierrez.
Yeah, it has.
Back to Capps. They got a chance to get the lead runner. Now they throw to first. Capps took the sure out, and he nearly waited too long. Yeah. So the tying run still in scoring position. But now with 2 outs.
Well, on that play right there, Saunders went. It looked like he was going to take off. Watch him right here. Great angle right here, camera guys. Now you see, I mean, if he's going to run him back rather than throw it over to Casilla quickly. And then for some reason, Capps alertly said, okay, I got to get the out at first. Very bang, bang play at first base. Twins got lucky there.
2 down. And Carlos Peguero will hit. Twins have won 6 games in May. 4 of them have been by 1 run. Peguero, 1 for 4. Drove in a run with a ground ball. Back in the 3rd. On and in, ball 1. Liner and a base hit. It's going to tie the game. So Peguero with a base hit, and now the Mariners have come back from a 3-run deficit to tie the game in the 9th.
Peguero picking up his second RBI of the ball game. Young man's been up and down a couple times for the Mariners. They're going to let him get some at-bats. Got to pitch up. One right back up the middle. Saunders, who stole the base, ends up scoring the tying run.
So 10 at-bats against Nathan and Capps in the 8th and 9th innings, and the Mariners with 5 singles have tied it up. Still not out of the inning. Here's Brendan Ryan, who got that first hit against Nathan on a 3-2 pitch, a liner to right that started the 2-run 8th. Outside, ball 1. And the Twins are going to more earnestly now have to warm up Swarzak, because Capps is approaching the 30-pitch mark. They want Capps to get out of here in a tie game. But again, not to beat a dead horse, Kevin Slowey can't be used here, and the little used Swarzak might be put into a key spot here shortly. 1-1.
Well, get this guy out right here and let hopefully the Twins
let Tomey hit another home run. We can go home.
Why not? Well, Carl Pavano for the 5th time unable to get his 100th win.
1-1 to Ryan. 2-1, and Rick Anderson, I'm sure, looking at the location of these pitches and how far off they are Butera's target.
This is what makes a closer a success, because of situations like this. You know what? I mean, you just give up the tying run. You know, in the back of your mind, you're probably so upset. Now you still have to make quality pitches to get out of this inning.
Looks like he got out of it. A pop up short right. It's Casilla giving way to Kubel, and the inning ends with 2 hits, a key stolen base, and the tying run for the Mariners in the 9th. Comebacker to the mound.
I think he did if he threw it right away, Dick, but he kind of ran him back.
Was there a guy there?
Yeah, Casilla was coming into play. Let's take a look right here. You're going to see him take off right there, and then if he throws, see, Casilla's already coming through the bag. He did get the out at first, but on that play right there, you have to feed him to Casilla right away. And just you see what Capps did. He started running.
Right. Well, the fact that there was still a run, the fact there was still a runner left at second allowed the tying run to score on the ensuing base hit, and now Jamie Wright comes in to pitch to Kubel, Morneau, Cuddyer in the bottom of the 9th.
Jamie Wright making his 22nd relief appearance. Very good ERA. Another guy that came into spring training for the Mariners, really looking for a job, and he made the club.
Kubel has not gotten a hit yet tonight. Luis Rodriguez at first, and there is strike 1. Kubel, Morneau, and Thome are the scheduled hitters. Excuse me, Cuddyer, and then Thome would hit fourth. Just outside, 1-1. And it is Casilla,
right,
not Cuddyer.
Yeah, Cuddyer left the ball game with some soreness in his right hip.
And that's over the corner, 1-2.
Well, Jamie Wright, 36 years old, sinking fastball. You just saw the big slow curveball. Little cut fastball like a slider and a split finger. It's in his 16th major league season.
To left, but foul. And Kubel cracked his bat. Kubel tonight, a pop up in the first, a ground out in the third, a strikeout and a ground out. Jason, who's been Minnesota's best hitter all year long, hasn't had too many 0 for 5. So we'll see if he can ignite a 9th inning rally. Or he has, I believe, yours and my permission to send us home with a home run.
Does mine.
Still 1-2. One and two to Kubel. Takes ball 2. If there is a 10th inning, it'll be pitched by Anthony Swarzak. Two and two to Kubel. Bouncer right side. Kubel's got his 0 for 5, one down. That'll bring up Morneau, who does not want to have an 0 for 5. He is 0 for 4. So the Mariners have pitched the 3 and 4 hitters pretty tough here. They are combined 0 for 9. And while Kubel's been hitting the ball on the ground, Morneau's been hitting it in the air. A couple of flies to right and a foul out. Ball 1.
Well, time to hit one really high in the air and deep.
Justin pulled a couple, but he's hit him off the end of the bat to right.
It'd only be fitting if he hit it over a Harmon signature.
Popped up to left.
The other way.
Ryan, the shortstop, with the catch, and that's out number 2. Cuddyer left the ball game, having scored 3 runs. Casilla will hit, trying to get aboard for Thome. At the knees, strike 1. And now a ball. Casilla hitting from his preferred side. He's hitting .230 from this side of the plate. 2-1. 74 at bats. 17 hits, including a double and 2 triples. Two and two. 3-2. And Big Jim on deck. And he walked him. So Thome will have his chance here in the 9th inning. Twice in his career, Jim Thome has hit 3 home runs in a game. He's already got 2 tonight.
Yeah, 47 times he's hit 2 or more in a ball game, or 2 multi-home runs. So let's do it again, Jim Thome. Home run to right center, and then a home run to left.
Thome came into the game with 2 home runs. He now has 4. See how much attention, if any, Wright pays Casilla. As they did for Killebrew years ago at Metropolitan Stadium in the 9th inning. Everybody standing. Folding their hands. They did that for Harmon too. 1-0. That's to the backstop, and Casilla will go to second. So now that changes everything. And Thome, who's gone deep twice, will be walked.
He's looking over at Eric Wedge, and come on. You know they're going to walk him here. A wild pitch charged to right.
They never gave him anything to hit, and then the wild pitch took all the suspense out of this plate appearance. So Thome unbuckles his shin guard and walks to first. And that leaves it for Jason Repko, who along with Thome was activated today after the game yesterday technically. Ben Revere and Luke Hughes were sent down. .24 at bats on the season for Repko, 5 singles.
Does have 3 runs driven in. Let's make it 4.
Down low, ball 1. Well, the walk to Casilla, inexcusable. He had to go after Casilla, and he lost it. We'll see where this inning leads us. Down the middle of strike. And now 1-2.
Back on April 12th, it was Danny Valencia who got that game-winning base hit
Against the Royals.
Yep. Wins 1-4-3.
1-2 to Repko, and now 2-2. And if Repko should reach and the game is still in progress, Valencia would be the next batter. Two and two to Repko. Bouncer wide of third. And Wright will reload. He's thrown 25 pitches this inning, 13 balls and 12 strikes.
Outfield playing very shallow on Repko.
2-2. Roller to short. And Rodriguez with the catch, and we'll go to a 10th inning. Tied at 7. By Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, the Twins playing their 7th extra inning ball game. They've won 3, they've lost 3. And the Seattle Mariners are playing their 4th extra inning ball game, and they're 0 for 3.
A lot of hits, a lot of runs, and we will have at least one more extra inning. It'll be Jack Wilson.
Anthony Swarzak coming in out of the bullpen. He'll hopefully start and finish the 10th inning for the Twins. Swarzak making just his 3rd appearance. 6 1/3 innings. He's given up 5 earned runs for the walk and the strikeout.
Wilson and then Olivo, and there's strike 1 from Swarzak. Now Swarzak had made one so-called emergency start earlier this year.
That was against Tampa Bay in that doubleheader. Then sent back down right after that ball game, recalled on May 15th when Jim Hoey was sent down to Rochester.
Just off the corner, and it's 2-1.
Swarzak with pretty good sinking fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup.
This one hit hard to right field, a solid single leading off the 10th inning.
Well, Wilson, since that hit was taken away in the 8th inning and Trevor Plouffe got the error, that's his first hit of the ball game. Wilson stole a base in the 2nd inning.
Well, now with the leadoff man on, there will be a call to the bullpen, but apparently it will not be for right-hander Kevin Slowey, who Ron Gardenhire said before the game today was unavailable. His MRI came back showing no inflammation, no injury. Ball 1 to Olivo, squaring to bunt. I'm sorry, Bert, I can't comprehend what's going on with this young man.
I think some time away from the major league team might help him.
the bullpen situation the Twins are in now, particularly with Perkins going down. Fact of the matter is the Twins are desperate. They need guys who can come out of the pen and get outs. There's a bunt foul, and this isn't meant in any way as a reflection on Anthony Swarzak. But there's a reason he has spent most of the year in Rochester, and Kevin Slowey has spent most of the year up here.
I talked about that ship that left back on early April 1st, and you know, everybody's rowing the same way. And sometimes when things don't go your way, you want to get off that ship, and it's too bad.
In the air, but off the screen. 1-2.
Talking to Rick Anderson yesterday in Arizona, that one thing that he wanted to make sure everybody knew that, you know what, okay, we can say what we want about Kevin Slowey, but the other guys in the bullpen, he is very, very proud of. They have taken the ball every time that they have been asked. And I guess we're keeping them up.
And that's hit hard to center field.
Well, he's asked to bunt unsuccessfully, able to do that, and then he hits a base hit to center field.
First and second, nobody out.
So Miguel Olivo in his first at bat gets a base hit, puts runners at first and second. And Ichiro, I'm sure, will be asked to bunt here.
Meeting on the mound, and all the infielders will join catcher Butera and pitcher Swarzak.
Suzuki does not have a sacrifice yet on the year.
And Ron Gardenhire talking with Rick Anderson. I thought I saw a call being made. Dusty Hughes just called up. He flew cross country to get to Phoenix yesterday and got in the ball game.
Let's see what Ichiro tries to do right here. Goes square around and lays down a very nice
They're going to have
spot.
to hurry. And they got Ichiro. A sacrifice advancing both runners. One down.
Well, Suzuki with his first sacrifice of the year, advancing both runners. Wilson to third and Kennedy. And this is exactly what you want to do, is bring in that third baseman. Make that third baseman feel the ball, which Danny does. Gets the out at first.
Figgins at the plate. The Twins have to intentionally walk in to try to set up a double play off the bat of former Twin Luis Rodriguez, or at least a force at home. So as the Twins saw Thome get intentionally walked, they'll turn the tables on the Mariners and walk Figgins to load the bases. It'll be Rodriguez's first plate appearance here.
Luis Rodriguez, if you remember that name, he was once a Minnesota Twin, signed by the Twins in 1997. Rick Anderson out to talk to his pitcher and probably the rest of the infield.
Now Rodriguez runs okay, but he's not as fast as Figgins or Suzuki. So it might be a ground ball hit to the corner. Infielders will come home, and if it's hit up the middle, they'll try to get a conventional double play and get out of here with a tie game. Got to be alert too of a squeeze play. And there is a force at every base, so that even makes the squeeze play more difficult, because you simply need to have the catcher with his foot on home plate to get the throw. But
yeah, Justin Morneau and Valencia playing even with the bag. Middle infielders playing back, looking for a quick double play. Rodriguez wore a Twins uniform for 3 seasons, 2005 to 2007. Good curveball right there for strike one.
Jack Cust is the on deck hitter, and Dumatre is warming up in the Twins pen. Foul back. Swarzak gets ahead of Rodriguez quickly. 0-2.
Place where you want to be as a pitcher right here too. You know, Rodriguez, the pressure's on him to make contact. See if he can maybe strike him out on a good curveball down. Swarzak, pretty good curveball. I'd like to pick up the strikeout here.
Two strikes to Luis Rodriguez. Just missed the inside corner. Tried
the fastball down and in.
Tried to get that inside corner.
Swarzak down in AAA. Rochester, 32 1/3 innings, 25 strikeouts, only 7 walks.
It's a check swing. It hit his bat, not his hand.
Hit the knob of his bat. So they tried to go back inside again. Rodriguez pitched the knob of the bat.
Yep. Didn't go to the Derek Jeter School of Acting. And missed inside again, this time with a breaking ball.
Yeah, that's that curveball right there. It just missed low.
Well, good takes for Rodriguez, and now the count is even at 2-2. Fouled away.
They tried to quick pitch him right there. Rodriguez fouled it off.
If you remember Rodriguez when he was with the Twins, pretty good contact hitter, doesn't strike out an awful lot.
Well, he hit 243 in 3 years with the Twins in 206 games. 6 home runs.
Another 2-2 to Rodriguez. A fly to deep right center. It'll score one. Span with the catch. And Rodriguez hitting a fly ball to center, and the Mariners take an 8-7 lead.
Well, he got a pitch up right there, and he did what he needed to do, and it was hit it deep enough to get that RBI, the go-ahead run right now. So good at bat by Rodriguez.
So Wilson started the inning with a single. He comes around to score, and the Mariners have a 10th inning lead. And Ron Gardenhire will bring in Dumatre to try to get Jack Cust.
Situation, you have to make better pitches than this right here. You can see Butera sitting inside and the ball left out over the plate. We saw that from Pavano really over the first 2 or 3, 4 innings. You know, you're trying to go in, but then you leave the ball out over the plate, and Rodriguez had a pretty good at-bat, got that sacrifice fly.
Phil DeMatre comes out of the Twins bullpen. Of course, the Twins lefties at the start of the year, Maharis and Perkins, are both on the disabled list. So it's DeMatre and Hughes who will try to match up against left-handed hitters until Maharis comes back. He's going to pitch off a bullpen mound tomorrow to see how his elbow feels.
Well, it was Dusty Hughes who worked in yesterday's ball game. DeMatre worked here, in Arizona on Saturday. Just a third of an inning, threw 14 pitches, 7 for strikes. To give up 1 hit.
One strike on a foul tip. Cust with a 2-run home run in the first inning to start the scoring. The Mariners had a 4-1 lead. Twins came back to tie it, took the lead. Twins had a 3-run lead. Mariners came back late in the 8th and 9th. Now they've added a run in the 10th. 1-1.
After 2 breaking balls, he came fastball in. And Cust, I'm sure, looking away.
Two and one. Lace to center. Span is there to make the catch. That ends the inning. A run for the Mariners. We'll see how big that run is in the bottom of the 10th. Field, Twins fans' first opportunity to come to a ballpark and honor a man who's meant so much to this organization. Harmon Killebrew passed away last Tuesday. His funeral was held Friday in Arizona. And Harmon, so many times in his career, brought the Twins back from the edge of defeat late in the ball game. And so it is, as we go to the bottom of the 10th, the fervent hope that someone can do that tonight in honor of Harmon. The remembrance of Harmon's career and his wonderful life will be held here Thursday night. And again, we invite you to come to the ballpark. It starts at 7 o'clock. As it is here, the Twins, down a run, will face Brandon League.
Yeah, Brandon League looking for his 11th save of the year. He was taken out of that closer role when the Twins were in Seattle because he had blown 4 opportunities. But he is 10 for 13 in save opportunities. A high ERA.
1 strike to Valencia, and now 2 strikes.
David Arsma was a scheduled closer for the Mariners coming out of spring training, but he got hurt in spring training. He hasn't pitched at the major league since. So Brandon League, in his second season with the Mariners, getting that opportunity.
This is his first save opportunity since being reinserted as the closer. This one popped up weakly left side. Figgins calling for it. And a fair ball catch, 1 away. And that'll bring up Butera. Eric Wedge simply wanted the league to step back and watch for a while, decompress. And so this is his first real test back on the mound with a 1-run lead. And he got Valencia. Now he'll face Butera. Just off the outside corner, ball 1.
Yeah, League's got a little bit of that 3/4 type sling throw, almost like a Dennis Eckersley used to have. Pretty good fastball, good sinking fastball. Hard slider.
Toward the hole, but Ryan is there for out number 2. The Twins are down to their last out. Right guy at the plate, because this has been Denard Span's night so far.
He homered in his first at bat. That made it a 2-1 Mariners lead. An RBI single in the 4th. And a 3-run 4th inning for the Twins, and then added a single in the 8th. Right up the middle.
And Span with 3 hits as they average up to 293. Strike on the outside corner. Mariners and Blue Jays swapped Brandons, Morrow for League after the 2009 season. Little punch shot into short center. And the shortstop Ryan puts it away, and another disappointing loss for the Twins. They had a 3-run lead late, Anthony LaPanta. And the Mariners came back and got them in 10.
4th consecutive game in which the Twins have had either a lead or been tied after they hit in the 7th inning. And another loss. It's 4 in a row for Minnesota. We'll break down how it happened, give you an instructional on the 4-6-3, and hear from Gardy next.